Thanks for having me. It's a pleasure to be here.
Yeah, I'm really excited. Obviously, you announced that you're going to be going to the FNCS Pro-Am, and I am excited to talk about that. But first, I want to talk about your competitive success so far. You've teamed up with Rich Homie and Leo, and I kind of want to know how that exactly started.
Yeah, so me and Quinn go way back. We used to duo and used to do trios and squads, and I know he was looking for a different vibe this season, and I was kind of looking to amp up my competitiveness, if you will. I've always kind of dabbled a little bit, but I wanted to give it another go.
In first place
for Central, you know, Click's going fourth, and he broke the curse recently. I think there's a chance he could take it home. I think if you want a real safe answer, it's got to be Peterbot. But you know, Poyo also won last time, and he could bring it back again. I think those are probably the top three contenders in my head there.
I love it. Well, I do like to talk a little bit more about your creator side of things. Obviously, you just reached 1 million favorites on Fortnite, which I don't think you're the first person to do it, right?
Yeah, first person, and nobody has hit it yet still. So very proud moment. Big shout out to my team at Jogo. And you know, we just want to keep releasing the maps that people have a lot of fun with. It's all about fun.
Is there anything in the works right now that you can maybe tease a little bit?
It's been months and months in the making of it, and I think people really enjoy the world building that we're doing and the mechanics of it. So stay tuned. We also have something potentially I might be announcing at FNCS Pro-Am, so we'll see.
FNCS Pro-Am, we haven't had something like this in quite a while. What are your thoughts on it?
I mean, I was just so excited when they brought up the opportunity, and just remembering I was at the other Pro-Ams and the fun I had there and the LAN events. I'm glad that all that stuff is finally coming back. It's really a breath of fresh air, and I'm excited not only to attend but to win. So
obviously, good luck to you as well in NA West. Typical Gamer, everyone knows who you are, but just in case there's someone out there that's just watching you for the first time, where can people find you?
Yeah, you can find me youtube.com/typicalgamer, got TG Plays on Twitch and TikTok as well. And you know, I stream every day, and I also upload. So
thank you so much, Typical Gamer.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Welcome to the FNCS Pro-Am.
Okay, Dad. Hello, can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me? Hello? Okay. You think you can hear me? Thank you, bro. Thank you, Dennis. Wait. subscribe, comment, scroll box.
Jumping up with a hi-hat and drum, I start coming through, yeah, they clear out the room. Talk about that you want some, but you don't want none, we come with the boom. Competition, they look like they bowed, and ooh, I can tell that it's about to get rowdy. We undefeated, still number one. Come home with a trophy, it's all that I know, We undefeated, still number one. So pass me the rock, let me show you why we number one.
What is going on, Fortnite fam? Welcome back to the FNCS. Today is day 2 of the Major 2 finals. So much to play for. 3 spots go to the Global Championships, prize money, and of course, the Blade of Champions, all on the line while I'm sitting behind this beautiful fountain. This way. There we go, Zeke. Good job. It's great to see all of you. Welcome back. Let's get our analysts in here. Vivid, Kelly, come on in. Day number 2. After 6 games, we'll now know which trios are moving on to the Global Championships. EU was phenomenal. It was a nail biter. It was crazy. And now it's NA's turn. I am beyond excited. After yesterday, I mean, I can't wait. I just can't wait.
I mean, what a story it's been. Honestly, all the way back to when Major 1 ended, so many teams breaking up, so many teams reforming, and then, of course, the start of the play-ins. We all thought that it was going to be Peterbot's trio, and they came out on top, breaking so many records. But then the group stages started to shake things up, Vivid. But really, if we're talking about shaking things up, Game 6 yesterday was really where things shook up for North America.
Yeah, that will definitely add some spice to day number 2 here. Definitely added a little bit of an extra zazz to those calls last night with the trios, right? Talking about what they're going to do coming into the 6 games today, what they got to prepare for. Listen, Fortnite fam, all we have to prepare for is 6 good games of Fortnite. We are in for some entertainment today, and I can't wait to kick things off.
We'll get to that first. Just a quick reminder, FNCS Pro Am May 10th. We hope to see you there. It's coming up faster than you think. Tickets are available. It's in LA. We'll be there. We hope that you are too. Okay, let's take a look at the standings. Let's kind of remind ourselves where we ended yesterday. At the top, Ritual, Cold, and Peterbot with 462 points. You know, Vivid, there was a moment yesterday where I thought, is it possible that Peterbot could end day 1 in 2nd place? Could Clix come out on top? But as we remember from that last game yesterday, Peterbot decided, look, if we're going to end day 1, I want to be in first. I'm going to chase down Clix, play spoiler to his game, and make sure that I am in first place.
Yeah, when I was watching that happen, I was like, yeah, that right there, top 5 play of all time. And speaking about top 5 plays of all time, how Peterbot's trio performed yesterday was also one worth noting. They were first in so many different categories that I had to go ahead and inform you guys of a couple of them. Damaged out Peterbot, we're very used to seeing this, right? 7,884, first amongst the lobby. Cold in eliminations and damage ratio was also first amongst the lobby. And a little bit of a caveat here. Ritual with Time Alive, and you guys might be like, oh, Vivid, what are you talking about? Time Alive. 149 total minutes. And the reason why I want to go ahead and bring this up, right? All that Major 1 flak Ritual was selling, doing this, doing that. Ritual was actually the player on this trio alive the longest over the course of those 6 games yesterday. He was the one staying alive, clutching up, making sure that this trio got points.
And that is exactly what we wanted to see from him, and we all knew it to be possible. I mean, going all the way back to the EWC where he won the MVP, just so many eyes were on Ritual, and that's definitely part of the reason why once Peterbot and Poyo split up, he wanted to pick up Cold and Ritual, creating the ultimate trio. And we finally see them kind of returning to form like what we see during the start of the seasons. Of course, it did take just a little bit longer than we were kind of expecting for day one, but to end it off in first place, if you look at this trio, or actually I should say Peterbot specifically, they tend to do better in day two games. They've kind of downloaded the lobby, they've established the control of high ground, and now that we see them in first place, I mean, in Major number 1, they were 90 points below Acorn and his trio, and then they were able to make it just a 10-point difference by day 2. Now they're ahead of 50 points. We can only imagine just how much farther that lead can be if everything goes their way.
Mel, let's hope someone can stop them. Kelly, let's hope someone decides, you know what, Peterbot, maybe all the whole lobby, all 32 other trios, just gonna run at you and see how you like it. Let's talk about the duo or the trio rather in second place, Clix, Higgs, and Iamzo. So again, they were kind of leading the pack for most of yesterday, but then in game number 6, as we mentioned, Peterbot decided that's enough Clix. I want to end the day in first place. So what I'm excited to see is kind of like the adjustments they've made coming into today, because we have 6 fresh games, right? Fresh mentalities. It's a brand new day. Anything can happen.
I don't think they have to make any adjustments, Zeke. I just think that they have to be a little bit more aware of Peterbot's, willingness to kind of come over there and contest them over there. But I'm happy that you kind of mentioned how well they actually played yesterday, because that game 6, right? We take a look at the leaderboard after game 6, and we're like, wow, yeah, they're 50, they're 50 some points behind. That's, wow, that's a big lead. Let's actually take a look at some of the stats for Clix's trio. Just looking at games 1 through 5, right? Leaderboard placement, they were in first. Their average placement in those first 5 games, 3.8. They were the trio yesterday to walk away with the most victory royales, the only trio to pick up 2. And then they, of course, with their 14 elimination game, actually had the highest point game out of any of the trios yesterday as well. So they played phenomenally. Again, I don't think they have to change anything. I think they did a good job of adapting after games 1 and 2. They got like 8th, 7th place. After that, it was just first, second, first. They played so well. The adaptations that they made on their low ground play worked out perfectly.
And both of those games they did, one was from the low ground, and here you can see just how dominant they are, staying box to box, hip to hip, as they rotate through those lower layers as the game goes on. They handle the aggression, the chaos so well because they're so synergized, and I really feel like part of the reason is because they stuck together between Majors 1 and 2, building up that rapport, building up that understanding with each other, so that when you do go down to a duo, when you do go down into a potentially shambles situation, you have the confidence, you have the comms, and you're able to convert that into a positive experience. And again, game number 6 was very tricky. Peterbot, who usually carries the medallion, they gave it to Ritual, so it looked like Peterbot was sticking to where he normally was, and then that's why Peterbot was able to sneak up on Higgs. I don't think we're going to be seeing that again today, maybe.
We hope not, because, Clix would like his first ever FNCS win, and I think that no one else on this cast is biased. No one. So it's fine. Let's talk about the trios in 3rd and 4th place who are actually tied at 363 points. Let's start with 3rd place, Visual Braids and Aminished. They put on such a fantastic showing yesterday, and to think they only had 1 game that they placed outside of the top 10. Let's just run more of that back, right?
Incredible stuff. I mean, if we were to end the competition just after day 1, this trio would actually be qualified to global. So they are definitely sitting in a pretty good spot right now. And honestly, I feel like this is one of the trios that kind of snuck up there, right? We had such a good showing yesterday of our top 2 teams kind of going head to head. But even myself, I was like, whoa. Visuals, Braids, and Aminished, they've snuck into 3rd place right now. I got to go ahead and mention it, right? Day 1 was crazy with the zones. A little bit of a caveat for this trio, right? They're landing right in the middle of the map, Foxy Floodgate. And, listen, there's no room to ever complain about the zones, because you always got an equal run to any of the zones that kind of happen when you're landing in the center like this trio is.
Yeah, you know, they've been around for a while and really coming onto everyone's radar in Major 1 when they got 11th place. And then, of course, they also had a pretty good performance in the group stages. Another team that had a pretty good performance yesterday. Of course, it's one of my favorites. Reek, Coop, and Curly had some great aggression early on yesterday, Vivid. But for me, it was not only that they took high ground in game number 4, but their ability to let go of it and then still convert it into a pretty successful end game.
I'm going to piggyback off of Zeke a little bit here, right? Like he was talking about visuals, Braves, and Minutes. He was like, oh, well, you know, that trail, they only placed outside of the top 10 once. Reek, Cooper, and Curly, they didn't place outside of the top 10 at all. A very, very consistent trio. Yeah, I love the fact that this trio also, you know, kind of forming at the last seconds, everything like that. Cooper kind of finding himself back towards the top of the leaderboard, of course, being an ex-global champion himself. It's great to see this trio doing well.
Yeah, and I mean, they're just performing so well. I'm excited to see how they're going to be doing in game number 2, or in day number 2, I should be saying. But a lot of it comes down, of course, to those zones. Are they going to be pulling in their favor? But honestly, I think if we get some south zones, they'll still be doing well.
Let's hope. Let's hope that the zone gods have blessed us today. No more north zone. Let's just take a break, just a little break, you know, let's hope. Let's take a break ourselves right now and go hang out with your casters. It's Jacob PR, it's Monster D-Face.
Thank you, Zeke. And yeah, one thing I wanted to mention, Jacob, let's not fool the audience here. The standings are very close. 50 points is nothing. We've seen 100+ point games earned yesterday without a doubt. So, you know, when you really start to look at the standings, even Peterbot's team in first place right now, not completely safe.
Yeah, it's not completely safe at all. It just takes 1-2 bad games today out of the 6 for day number 2 to really fall into that hole. But on the other side, Monster, kind of what you're talking about, it just takes a couple of good, consistent games. Just sprinkle a little bit of eliminations on top, and now we're cooking.
Yeah, that's one thing I want to think about is how global championship is also on the line. That's one of the more prestigious, of course, things these teams are going to be fighting for. So when you're looking at who's in the running right now, as we start developing this story, do keep that in mind. Anything can happen, Zeke.
I'm nervous, Monster. You know, we still have Pollo, who's looming. If he were to suddenly jump up into that top 3, then we're looking as low as a top 5 finish. That would be enough to qualify a trio through to the global championship. Anything can happen, and we have 6 games to figure out how it all goes. Now, yesterday we kind of wanted to discuss high ground versus low ground, right, Kelly? Where these trios are winning from. You actually have pulled some stats, some numbers for us. You know how much we love this stat, so break it down for us.
Well, yeah, let's take a quick look for games 1 through 6 yesterday, where exactly our winning team was coming from. And as you can see, 4 out of the 6 games come from high ground. And Zeke, quick question, games 3 and 5, a team won from low ground. Which team was it?
Oh, no, I don't know.
Good answer. It was Clicks, everyone. But for games 1 and 2, we have the high ground wins from all the way from Zone 8. And Vivid, something that we've always talked about is how rare it is really to win from Zone 8.
Yeah, I mean, crazy stuff. That's something that me and Kelly used to talk about all the time. Like, oh gosh, they're going up for higher ground zone 8. They're not going to be able to hold it. But no, a couple of teams were actually able to pull it off yesterday. And I mean, Kelly, who else but Bugha?
Of course, it's Bugha, and something that actually occurred in all 6 games was the team to first go for height in 8th zone was done in the exact same way. So when zone 8 pops, all these trios are kind of around the edge, but whoever is closest to that zone that moves immediately establishes a tower to establish height for the rest of the game. So here we have it, zone 8 pops, Rapid, Bugha, and Threats immediately build a tower up and then they ramp. But the reason that they were able to control high ground for all 4 zones is what you can see right here. Rapid all the way in the back, paying attention to anyone that is trying to potentially steal height away, like Acorn that you can see there. And Bugha establishing these connections throughout high ground so that no one is able to chop them. And from there, between their positioning and just kind of how relaxed and passive this high ground control was, they were able to go all the way from zone 8 to zone 12 and win the game.
Yeah, I mean, it was an incredible gameplay for them. I'm not gonna lie though, right? This being game 1, I was like, oh man, like this is how high ground's gonna play out for all 12 of these games. Nobody's gonna kind of look up, but I think that changed pretty quickly, Kelly.
Yeah, game number 2, a similar story happened. Peterbot's team gets the favorable pole in Zone 8. They establish a tower. However, a little different than Bugha's game is that we actually had someone try to contest height. And usually a height steal, you know, can be coming from people being chopped or going on the aggressive. I rarely see a trio just ego another team for height. But if you're egoing the ego master of Peterbot, you are going to lose every single time. Peterbot was able to push Braid's trio away, and actually Peterbot just kind of switched on right there, goes on the aggressive, stays in Storm to get eliminations, and actually goes down. But when it's this trio right here, Ritual and Cold from Zone 10, able to hold height as a duo all the way until the end.
Yeah, I mean, that was an incredible clutch win from that duo in the end there. And I mean, talk about clutches. That trio was clutching all day yesterday.
That's what I want to see more of, right, Vivid? I want to see more clutches today. Again, Blade of Champions, 3 spots to globals. Prize money, even just going up a single placement is enough to earn life-changing amounts of money. With 30 seconds left to go before we jump in, how are you guys feeling? Where are your vibes at right now?
I'm feeling great. I'm excited. There was some drama going on in social media between Clix and Peterbot, and I am here for it. I want more.
Hype in the competition of even more. I'm here for a day 2 awesome ending between those top 2 teams, but I also want to see Acorn Trio make a resurgence. I feel like we're going to be seeing them more on the higher ground. I don't know. It's just like a Vivid prediction. No real reason.
Okay. I'm here for obviously some Fortnite, some memes, and leaving Kelly hanging like she left me hanging yesterday. So next time, don't put me on the spot, Kelly. Bing bang bosh. I know who won those games, but I got to be Zeke about it. Okay, anyway, it's that time. We got to find our seats on the battle bus. How will game 7 kick off? Will it be a bang? Will it be anticlimactic? Will Peterbot push someone else? Let's find out together. Casters, take it away.
Gotta love Zeke's energy. You can see he's drinking from the gold fountain behind us. He's having a great time on the front desk, of course. Jacob, 4th through 1st place, had near perfect games yesterday. Are we gonna see it happen once again?
I think it's almost gonna be impossible to think anybody today, with how grueling, how destructive yesterday was, to think they are going to play perfect. Because even our top 2 teams had a couple of speed bumps in their road, and those point gaps, you're talking about 50 points out of the top 4, another 50 points from the top 7, another 50 points to the top 11. It's gonna take you as a trio to have a phenomenal performance today, and at the same time, you might hope for a couple of mistakes happening on your opponents.
Well, sounds like the battle bus is ready. Let's go ahead and jump on for game number 7.
Like, subscribe, comment, hold the poll, and let's get into
this is it, Monster, the first game of day 2, and this is where I would like to say the tournament almost really begins. We know there's a 40+ point gap between 1st and 2nd, but a 65 points for a victory route, 4 points per elimination. All you need to do is keep things close and find a way to get elimination, because that's what's really separating the top 2 and the rest of the pack.
And it's a 2-day format, no multiplier like there once was in the past. Who has hit the drawing board? Who's going to come in with those fresh strategies, that new mentality, and really step up today to solidify essentially your placement to the global championship? I would say that is what is truly on the line here. Put the money aside, right? Money can be earned any day of the week, but this global championship spot is so prestigious. And more importantly, will you be the champion of Major 2? Well, game 7's here. It looks like Bryce, G Monster, and Osit are continuing the action from yesterday once again here at the drop spot as we start to highlight who's changing what. Seems like this team is sticking to the old trusty.
Yeah, I think, you know, with the way Surge has been playing and controlling a lot of the lobbies, they kind of started off game number 1 yesterday at a contested fight, back and forth, 1-1. Game 3 happened. That's when they started to disengage. But as you know, you need Storm Surge. You need damage. So they're probably changing their game plan just a little bit. Confidence in themselves after being able to VOD review after day number 1 was over. And now they're coming out with a huge vengeance and getting some early Surge right out of the gates. But another contested fight. Kappa Factory, Dash, Seek, and Veer are going to go ahead and try to contest this. On the other side, Silic, Jargu, and King. And Silic, Jargu, and King, that was a team that we watched through the group stages, qualified through consistently dominating those games, making end games time and time again, and then picking up a good number of eliminations to secure that spot.
I love how all the things Seek could have did yesterday to prepare for today, one of the few was change his name to Barbecue Chicken. This will never ever pass me by. I don't get it. But here they are, contested at the Kappa Kappa factory. And think about it. Before they even touched down, a team was already eliminated. It really shows you the influence of the battle bus and how quickly the landscape is starting to take form here. Jumping on over to the other side, we get the Peterbot Ritual cold update, and it seems like they're continuing the action here, really making sure that the team in first place is going to be hearing them here shortly. But first, it's action at the Crime City right now. We all know this is one of the better drop spots, of course. Peterbot has seemed to continue to fight for the best for years now, and rightfully so. He's earned it.
Yeah, one of the better mechanically skilled players in 1v1s, and that was something that we noticed yesterday. Even though he made that sneak play in the decision, he did it all by himself. Even when Clix and Yamzo were able to kind of converge over and try to get the help to Higgs, instead of taking a 3v1 or a 3v2, they chose to try to disengage. They didn't have the full setup that they wanted, which trying to cause them to lose the fight and play the rest of that game out on the back foot. But no real changes this time around, sticking to their strategy, building multiple surge bases outside of Lone Wolf Flare. I just think this time around Higgs is going to have his eyes peeled for that porta potty, so no sneaky plays can happen.
Nothing just yet. But you know what? I think that game 6 yesterday was actually a wake-up call for this team, right? Not to let their guard down, and they're going to remain on high alert now moving forward. They gotta be on high. And they really have to, right? Kind of just shows them that, hey, that quickly, your entire tournament can be flipped upside down.
It almost makes you wonder, because one of the things a lot of players notice, if you have that signature outfit on, whether if it's with a black bling or not, the pickaxe, that's one thing I want to see. Maybe you have to switch it up every single game so nobody can kind of target and download which outfit you actually are. You can have a little bit more escape plans going at it, if that's the case, especially with third parties starting to come in. As we jump on board Fuse, Maniac, and the Tick. Just outside of Magic Mosses already. There's a lot of teams now, I feel like, thinking this is where we need to position early due to at least 5 zones yesterday going to the north side.
Definitely, those zones playing a huge factor. No one in the community is letting it down, as we've seen all the theories start to float about. But, you know, the truth is, I did come across that one post where folks ran the simulations. It's so unlikely for you to see those same types of zones pulled to the similar areas. So today, it's a new day. We're coming in with a fresh look. So a quick little update there of Peterbot's elimination. Those are going to be some important damage tags, as we all know. Usually the first game of the day is going to be the slowest one, the most surge heavy, right? The one where teams are being the arguably the most passive.
For the most part, 90 players still left alive, 31 teams. Even with a couple eliminations going down in the moment, you see it going right back up to 90. Reboots are going off, and that's what I would expect. Even with Peterbot taking down Aminish there not too long ago, you expect him with the uncontested drop of Foxy Floodgates to get back into the game, and that's kind of the nature of it all. Slow and steady at the start, try to minimize the amount of mistakes, and you just got to hope for a team like that going down, being forced to reboot, having to reaccumulate some of that surge doesn't turn to bite him at the end of the day. As we jump on board Reek, Cooper, Curly taking full control over Flooded Frogs, trying to spread out. But this time around, it does look like the zone is already moving a little bit to the east outside of their POI.
Yeah, not a bad start for them so far. They're sticking to the game plan here. But Reek, Curly, and Cooper, really one of the surprise performers coming up out of nowhere, really showcasing the preparation and the team cohesion that's come together for this trio here. Look at Reek getting active right now, but leaves a wall open and almost gets sent right back to the lobby. That reaction time now to go ahead and buy himself some time. Still trying to see now where those shots come from. Can he fish them out? Cyrus, who's kind of lurking about. Here's what it's looking like from Muzz's perspective. Yamzo and Higgs got sight lines onto him as well.
Yamzo's over there too.
A lot of extra loot they can kind of relay outside of shiny shafts.
Yamzo just beamed him. Yamzo beamed
You kind of see the mountain that they already built their surge base on top of. So they got natural elevation plus their built elevation. They get a wide view of the land, which is going to be needed now, not only for the surge that they were trying to accumulate, Monster, but now you see the zone pulling further and further away towards the eastern side. So at least they're going to be able to get a lay of the land, the information of where teams are currently at, boxed up and possibly rotating too. So that way they can try to have a smoother rotation and not running to too many players early on.
You can boxing people up. Let's see what's going to happen here. King's making the push in to catch one off guard. However, no big openers just yet. I like how they defensively get together. Gold splashes come down. They have the advantage now. Let's see how King's trio ends up utilizing it. From Seek's perspective, trusting to keep the distance here. Both sides on gold splash effect. Scratch that.
Ooh, I like that decision right there. You see Seek making sure to destroy the scanner, trying to give less and less information. That would have been a good tool in their arsenal and being able to know where they're at. Dash being forced down to the low ground. But this is a chance right now. You see him sneaking around, landing some shots onto King, making sure that he knows there's no shields on that player. It could be a chance to go if you guys got the opportunity. But he backtracked into Silic, who's trying to hold defensive position and maybe even inside of the cone to sneak up onto Veer if he doesn't expect him. And now he has a chance, and he boxes up Chicken. Back-to-back shots coming out from Silic. Seek goes down. Now he leaves his trio in a 3v2 situation as the elimination fully gets cleaned up.
I got to give a lot of respect to that one. I was going to make the call a little early. They clearly have the disadvantage with the overall loot, but when you are the man up now, talk about a game changer here. However, Dash not looking to let it up just yet. He's going to trade one off as well. 2v2 fight going on here. Both sides, all sides hurt. Jargu's only the healthiest one here in the battle. However, loses, unfortunately, his positioning there, his footing for a second. Now they're forced to low ground. Gonna be able to pick up their teammate. Seek, though, completely finished off.
Uh-oh. Neither one of them really able to farm up because these are the teams contesting each other. Now Jargu's almost out of build. Some get past at the last second, and they're able to run past, take out Dash, keep it in their favor, and Veer falls as well. And that's a full wipe right there. That was one that I thought was going to go the other way, but you got to give Silic the credit for getting that opened up elimination.
Yeah, that's one of those situations where you look back, you say, man, we shouldn't have won that fight. They had a disadvantage. They got snuck up on. They were pushed out of the Kappa Kappa, and all of a sudden, Silic with the one big play turns the entire momentum right back around. Well, look, now they have all the time in the world to go ahead and work to refarm their way back into this game. Let's see what they can do. That huge performance. Taki, Vert, and Esho, though. Seen a lot of this team here. Continuing the fight at the Magic Mosses. It's up against Noah Plays trio.
Right now, it seems like if you look at the bubble for global spots, almost 100 or so points down. Noah Plays is already down as well. Taki, he's trying to get distracted down below. Isho uses that to his advantage, able to jump onto Chaos Gaming, get another elimination. Now Kaz is left by himself, but at least for now, Monster, there's a little bit of distance between him and those two opponents still looking around to figure out where he's at.
Yeah, they don't know exactly where he is just yet, and there's another trio moving in extremely quickly. Could that be Peterbot's team? Could that be... Oh, okay, it's Reet, Curly on the way alongside Cooper there. Taki and Eshu now looking to kind of double back, pair up with one another. Shots come in. Trio wasting no time, letting their presence be known.
What is he doing?
Uh-oh.
Buddy. What are you doing?
Fourth team now enters into the mix, probably an additional team coming from Whiffy. And we see it, Monster, it's just outside of Magic Mosses. So a lot of these teams that do land up here, instead of kind of cutting towards the side, beelining it to zone, they could go all the way towards the north. One tick zone damage isn't going to be much, and then they could try to get into where it isn't as congested, maybe above Demon's Dojo, maybe above Pump Power. Those are going to be some of the pivotal spots for any of these teams rotating early. And for Taki, Vert, and Isha, the longer you stay here in this position, you're closing off opportunities, you're closing off options, all for a singular elimination, which might not necessarily mean much. It's only 4 points.
What happened to Click?
It was Amplify and Shiny Cat there. Take a look at the replay here.
Oh, no.
Clicks. A little bit of fall damage, just giving you guys the full picture here. All to a rocky game 7 right now. Seems like they're just rolling up to the Flutter Frogs
Blocking.
here shortly
Watch
as
out,
well.
watch your
So
back, watch your front.
determined to play deep in the storm. There's also 3 trios in the vicinity here. They cut this one player off, and in they go.
And only cut him off. They get a knock. So far away from the rest of his team, and this is a little bit of a different strat, Monster. Yes, the zone plays a huge role as it's going away from the north side overall, but now Clix, Yamzo, and Higgs, if there's anything left over in that black market, they have an abundance of gold from their Lone Wolf POI they can finally use, and this is something they were not able to do yesterday because of where the zones were pulling. It would have been way too risky for them to go into the black market, possibly get stuck there, possibly get stuck overall. A lot of risk associated with that. And now they're going above and around, so that way they can go ahead and be behind every single one of these teams rotating in and give them the option to visit that black market, because they do have some extra splashes and men miss smoke, so they can stagger as long as they want.
It's a really good point. Take a look at the key, though. Clix jumping right on into the mix of things here. Makes you wonder, why was this team sitting around this long? This
Oh my
hurt.
gosh.
They
Took both of them out.
saw
Oh,
that there was a
yeah.
trio nearby. Didn't even take the time to cap off, but neither here nor
Right
there.
there.
It's going to bring
Right
Clix's
there,
trio
bro.
up to 3
Watch
eliminations.
out,
These
right
elims
by you. Oh my
extremely
God,
important
you're
in
clearing
allowing
up
them
these
to start
guys.
closing
You know, Clix
that
has
point
2,
gap
Higgs
for
has
Elam so
2,000
early in the game. is a massive come up. Remember, each elimination is worth 4 points.
Adapting and doing good. Let's go.
It was about 41 points. Peterbot Cold, the Ritual did have a lead. Those 4 eliminations, just like you said, is doing a good job of cutting down that lead before placement points even begin to set in. 27 teams still left alive, 77 players. Zone hovered over Pump Power, and that's where you saw a lot of those Western North teams begin to rotate into. So if it continues in this trend, it could end up being one of the stacked parts of the zone. Even more so stacked if it continues to pull towards the north. So I think a lot of these teams are hoping just a little bit for South Pool. Oh no.
Bucky getting active right now on our 3rd place.
It's big.
Visuals, Aminish Braids here. Visuals already taken down right now. Okis traded off as well, but the chomp comes through. See the kneecapper come out to go and make sure he mitigates any potential damage there, and Bucky gives up the high ground right now. Opting to go ultimate low. Cam's got another side angle here, but the pressure is on right now for this trio.
Yeah, even though Okis is down, with that elimination, it's only going to be Braids and Cam still left alive on the other side, so a 2v2. They just got to be very, very careful. And I think that's why Aminish, Braids, Visuals, they land over towards Foxy Floodgates. They can disengage out of this position, run towards the back. It's relatively early in the game, so not too chaotic of storm damage is going to go off. Plus, you see some extra heals there. But Braids is hiding towards the top. So you got to wonder, if you're Bucky and Cam, do you think they disengaged all together as he's able to land some free damage onto Cam? You got to hope he has HP now, because he could go down in the zone.
Oh yeah, the med mist starts to come out. They're actually forced now to kind of double up here, and this is going to buy time for the reboot, where they can't even look up to go ahead and target him. So honestly, a very successful reboot, and just a small play that's going to make the difference here at the Floodgates, allowing Visuals to get right back to his loot pile here. And it's little things like that that all of a sudden help you kind of bounce back into the game. And just think about this. Braids, Aminish, and Visuals didn't finish less than 11th place yesterday. The difference maker between them and the teams up in 1st and 2nd was the fact that the eliminations that Peterbot's trio, Clix's trio, were able to accumulate far outweighed the placement points overall. So
That's well said.
pushing right now. What?
Oh, Aminish is feeling a little confident right now. He takes a big shot, but Cam is now
Look at Cam.
running his way in. He's smoothly running through those builds like a hot knife through butter. That's a good amount of confidence as well. Aminish forced to use the splashes. There goes the HP. 91 damage above the threshold. You could see with Aminish getting knocked down early, taken down by Peterbot. Another elimination on the Visuals. They need the surge.
Yeah,
And they need it bad.
Braids coming from the other angle right now, and they slam Cam here right in the mix, and then they get the down body as well. So a perfect amount of damage swinging in their favor here. Bucky just left wondering what went wrong. How did his teammate get left behind right there, caught out of position?
Yeah, and this is just turning into a nightmare.
Peterbot.
Yeah, he's below. He can't go back into the zone and reboot his teammates. Otherwise, he's going to fall further and further below. Good luck to Bucky as we jump on board Peterbot Cold and Ritual all the way to Seaport from Crime City, making these quick rotations outside of the zone. 500 plus damage above the threshold. I feel bad for Polus and his trio. Not the most experienced, make it into a grand finals, and then in game 1 to start day 2, you're running into Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual.
Yeah, but they hold their own, pushing off Cold and Ritual here for a moment's time. And it makes you wonder if Peterbot plays any better. If we see that game 6 Peterbot come out yesterday, with how good Ritual and Cold were performing all throughout the 6 games, they could really find a breakaway moment. But so far, this completely eastern pool here for the zone is still going to end up veering slightly towards the north. But again, a little different than the games that we saw yesterday for the most part.
Yeah, and they're just using this to their advantage, not even going towards the zone or where it was. They're just beelining straight towards the zone. They know not too many players are going to be on top of that mountain on the outside. If they have enough heals, maybe even get eliminations to utilize that Siphon, this could be the play that wins them or puts them in the best position here for game number 1. Couple knocks going down. Bucky actually going down to the Storm overall. Storm Surge and him being a solo just didn't work out for him as a Minish still down, stuck between 2 different teams. One of them being Cold and Peterbot, who are quickly moving on over.
Yeah, after that knock right there, look at how quickly they're trying to come in for the refresh here potentially. And if you're Visuals and Minish and Braids, you got to put up a front right now. You got to put up a defensive hold here. Not only for the damage, but because you got Peterbot's trio inching up on your positioning right now for this prime real estate here. Oh, look, Braids takes off. They're going towards the mountain.
It's a bit of a risky play. You see there's just chunks, big chunks of HP missing. They don't have any resources to kind of make that up, and they're just pushing straight in. This might be a blessing though. Joshi's already down. Aoxy's there. If they get the elimination onto 1, even if it's not the points, they're still able to get the loot that they need. Damage for Storm Surge, 51 above, feeling a little bit more comfortable, and that's an understatement because a Minish just goes in and bulldozes that trio back to the lobby.
I'm trying to figure out, like, how did they know? Like, they catch a Minish with extremely again, low HP out in the open, but he keys up the mountain and found an even weaker team. They must have been taking a small fight there just before that, before Peterbot kind of put his 2 cents into the mix here. But either way, phenomenal play to keep them in the game right there. Meanwhile, complete other side of the zone here. Click6 and the Obso got to be happy that they're rotating kind of the dead side northern area here, because they're on the opposite side of Peterbot, right? Just staying away from the juggernauts that toppled them over, right? Kind of threw off their entire mid game yesterday in game number 6.
And you see they were the only team though to get 2 victory royales yesterday, and honestly I like this positioning on the zone. If it pulls anywhere but south, they are in one of the best spots in the zone so far, getting ready for these next moving zones. But if it does pull south, not just them, but everybody else on this side of the zone is going to have some trouble trying to make it up over that mountain on the other side. You see so many teams already positioned with that elevation, looking down at the side, not just the Yamzo, but he does land a shot on the Creon, who seems like he might be by himself. I don't see his teammates anywhere. That might be one of the few solos left in this lobby.
I wouldn't put it past the Yamzo's team to get this refresh right here, given how weak that team below them is. Yapko, Muzz, and Rise. You talk about the double VRs yesterday, you have to put this team in the conversation. They were the squad fighting for first and second in those back-to-back games. Just incredible performance, particularly from Japko. But hold up. Back to Minish, Braids, and Visuals. That elimination, not enough, but it buys them a little bit of time. Now, they have to fight for damage here. Only 2 minis here. We knew that they didn't have much to work with before. Visuals kind of caught out of position there. Unfortunately, taking way too much damage here. And the Water Sprite picked up, and then the elimination on the tail end. They are really fighting for their placement right now on the standings, but no, the lobby starts to focus in. Even with the big 5 eliminations, they can't catch a break.
It's like delayed.
Yeah, slow to rotate. Max pull all the way towards the western side of this mountain. Everything stacked against them now because they don't have any material either. At least the Minish does not. No extra shields. And there's a team waiting right next to him, and he really just at their mercy. He doesn't even know about the full trio right behind him. So as soon as he begins this rotation, if he doesn't watch out, that could be his demise. But he's trying to land some shots because he knows Monster, even though Storm Surge did deactivate, he knows once it turns on yet again, they are going to be below that threshold. They are going to be a duo, and they're going to have to figure it out quick.
Oh, I was just about to say, no way. Braze sets up the target fire with Acorn Trio from up top. Nearly had a full elimination set up for him, but opts to go ahead and heal a little bit more passively instead here. Very limited material. Notice that Braze had to split his mats with visuals here. Sorry, with the Menace, just to keep them in the game right now.
Let's go,
And they are desperately holding on. But look, we're already at a 13 trios remaining in the lobby. Just ahead of Braze here.
Oh, Click's up there.
Peterbox trio on high ground. Acorn, Boyo, and Angels trying to make a comeback.
Right.
Kanata showing life in this last game as well here to kind of kick things off. Meanwhile, Clix, the Zone, Higgs on the low ground. Rotate 7 Elans already for the trio. Make it 8 as they catch Yusuf on the rotate here.
And they're literally
It's a big pickup for them because they even just now found that medallion. Something that we do see Yamza, Clix, and Higgs go for time and time again. But now they get another farm pull with the rest of the lobby. And there's nobody down there but that one team in front of them. Everybody else stacked at the side of the mountain and even the south part of the zone overall. And Cold Ritual, Peterbot using that to their advantage with everybody trying to rotate too early, forced to box up because of damage. They're using that as an opportunity to smoothly move through the zone as Peterbot lands a good shot onto a full trio up above. And now they're the ones getting focused.
And Peterbot sets that up for G-Monster to jump in and actually take down Japco. So that's going to be a difference maker for Muzz's trio. But Muzz fighting back up top. And then Peterbot's team turns around, catches a whiff of the chaos, and finishes up the job here. Look at the upgrades coming through for the loadout now. But still very little heals here on Peterbot's team. Cole taking out Ritual taken out by a Menace's trio from down low. And Angers from up top. They sandwich down the fire here and clean them up, but it's all up to Peterbot. Peterbot claps back on him, and a shot from behind. Back to the lobby now by Shadow's team. And a glimmer of hope breaks open in the sky here. The sun is shining through for Higgs, Clix, and Yamzo, who now have a chance to earn more placement points and close the gap.
Yeah, there's at least 30+ points left into the top 8 if they can secure that victory royale. They have 8 eliminations as well. This is a recipe for success, especially since they're now taking the front side of the zone. There is nobody down there even next to them as it leads towards the house, but up above, Angels, Boyo, Acorn feeling just as safe, if not safer, up in the clouds. There's only one team close to them, and they're immediately going to drop down low to a different layer.
So impressive. We're watching two sides of a coin here. Clix, Yamzo, Higgs opting to play ultimate low this entire end game. And then you see the opposite teams trying to stay to the mid, stay to the high ground, trusting that the zone was going to bounce back up. However, it doesn't matter. All they've done is allow them to put the pressure on. Braze is holding on a top 5 for him. Well done, son. But look at what's happening here. Finally now, pressure starting to come in. Clix is going to be the first to fall. They box him up, try to go for the save. It's Bluga's trio on the other side of the wall. Kanata's there as well, and they are starting to cook it up.
Yeah, that's because of their game plan. They got so much space in the front side of the zone. They just immediately grabbed the body, tossed it to the front, got the revive. Now they have a chance to look behind. This is something I feel like Kelly and Vivid talked about, that they did not do enough on day one, looking to the backside of the zone, trying to get those eliminations. They already reached double digits in this game and a final 4 spot, but everybody alive is going to be full trio. Some might be stronger than others, and that's where they're trying to battle from the low ground. Yamzo quick to take a big shot with the shields. He has to figure out a way to stagger back, get the HP up. The medallion proven to be useful in this situation, but only for so long. Yamzo goes down. Clix tries to make a miracle play, but the full trio goes out.
They tried to kneecap him out to the lobby, but it wasn't good enough. Not enough charge in the swing here. Meanwhile, Angels, Boyo, Acorn starting to bring the pressure from the high ground down. Just 4 eliminations, but this top 3 positioning here is what matters most. But will the veteran trio close this one out is the real question. Shadow's team starting to turn online here. Curve, Tyler, staying at the front side of zone here. Boyo, halfway through the maps here. There's that one wild card factor. Finally, they find him at Sphinx in the mix here now. Jacob, we're looking at a clean 3v3.
Yep, and already Angels going to drop down onto one side. Good damage on the curve. Boyo's going to clean that one up. Even with Angels going down, Boyo has his back. And the Major 1 champion starting in 7th place. They cook up a victory royale and rise to the top.
It's crazy because yesterday we called it Acorn. Typically that day 2 Acorn comes out and he doesn't look back. And hey man, starting things off with a Game 7 victory royale's gotta feel nice for them to put them right back in the conversation. But let's watch it back from their side here. We got the best of Agers and Pollo coming out here, really kicking things off, and the way Agers was able to kind of initiate the fight and allow Pollo to just get active from the sidelines was so perfect. You got to give respect to the Young Bucks, Shadow and Curve and Tyler there coming through. So congrats, Game 7's wraps there. Zeke, what do you have for us now?
You see what I'm saying? You see what I said at the start of the show? If Pollo came out and just won a game, we could be looking at a top 5 situation to qualify to globals. And Pollo said, you know what, Zeke, you want to win? You want us to win game 1, Zeke? We'll do that for you. I couldn't have written a better script. Pollo, Agers, Acorn, I just cannot believe, Kelly, they were able to walk away the game the way they did. They just had high ground and just no one cared. And like, that's not the situation you want to allow Pollo to be in.
Well, someone cared. Muzz cared, but then he got punished for it. So it's a little bit understanding when the rest of the lobby kind of understands what happens when you try and focus on height instead of Peterbot's trio on the low ground. But Acorn, Agers, and Pollo did an incredible job. And Zeke, I know you're trying to take credit for it, but Vivid around Zone 5 said, watch Acorn, Agers, and Pollo win this game from height.
Yeah, I mean, this is actually what I was calling towards the, earlier on before we even started this game. I was like, listen, that's what I want to see from this round. I think we're going to see them on the higher ground and make a little bit of a comeback. And instantly we can see them on the higher ground in game number 1 of day number 2. And this actually started yesterday, right? A lot of people would be like, oh, wow, they might have been cooking something up overnight. No, I think this trio actually started to cook this up in games 5, game 6 yesterday, right? They were teetering around with going for higher ground. They were trying it out. A couple games, they actually got it. And that's when I was like, you know what? I think day 2, we're going to be seeing a lot of high ground from this trio. And we're going to see a big comeback from them. First game of the day, it has started.
I am liking what I'm seeing. 5 more games now. Very quickly before we go to break, I just want to shout out Courage, JD, and the Courageous. I really hope that you have an amazing party, man. When we return after this short break, more action from the FNCS. So stay tuned.
I'll be back.
Welcome back, everyone, to the FNCS game number 1 of the day. 7 overall starts with a bang. Pollo decides we're going to go ahead and get ourselves a victory royale. The standings, as you know it, Zeke, will be shaken, just like you to your very core. And I am. Let's start talking about some of the things we saw from this last game, and eventually we get to the standings where there have definitely been some developments. We kind of talked about the fact that maybe at the end of the competition we could see maybe top 5 being enough to qualify through the globals. With Pollo suddenly jumping into 4th place and tying Reed. Kelly, it's looking like that might be the case.
We have a tie for 4th and 5th place, and then it's only a 6-point difference between Ritual Cold and Peterbot versus Clix, Higgs, and Iamzo. And that game 7 for Clix, Higgs, and Iamzo was a bit of a question mark, as we like to see here. We saw Clix go down a little early, had a little bit of a misstep, but then the recovery that they made, going for that team in Storm, getting that little bit of health back, so that once they finally did rotate to the end game, they were able to control the low ground like what we know that they do. But we heard our casters call it out. Clix, Iamzo, and Higgs not necessarily staying to the front of zone like what we've seen them do, playing just a little bit more back to go more for those eliminations. And we saw that kind of pan out. Look at the elims they're able to grab.
Yeah, I love the adjustment from the trail. I mean, they're just playing so good right now. As soon as Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual misstep just a little bit, right, go down a little bit early, they're right there. They're playing so consistent when they don't go down in the early game to go ahead and close that gap, which is why that 6-point difference is screaming right now, right? If you're Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual, you got to be feeling the pressure from that one. Clix, Higgs, and Iamzo, like I said, we talked about it earlier. Zeke was like, maybe they got to change something. I was like, no, they don't got to change anything. Just got to be a little bit more aware in the first couple minutes of the game. And I promise they're going to start doing well. The chase is on.
Oh man, the chase is on. 5 more games of this. Let's also talk about Peterbot, right? I mean, again, 6 points really isn't anything, right? We could see either of these trios make a mistake, fall early, or Peterbot decide to run a Clix again, and we could see him dethroned here on day number 2. But I liked from this game, like, yeah, they only placed 9th with 3 eliminations, but clearly this trio has such an impact on the lobby.
Yeah, it's less about what they offer themselves and more so what they take away from everyone else. And we saw Muzz's trio going to kind of tag high ground there, and Peterbot able to catch them out, grab a few eliminations there. But honestly, 3 eliminations, even going down this early, is a bit of a short stop for them. And it'll be interesting to see kind of how they respond to this. We know that anytime something kind of negative or aggressive towards Peterbot happens, he tends to reverse it on that person tenfold. So I believe it was Ager's trio that actually took down Peterbot. So let's see if he pulls a Vino and lands on them.
Yeah, the crazy thing for me right there is they usually do so good at getting to the end games in a pretty healthy position, right? But as we saw right there, when they went down, 0 materials to kind of work with, trying to sneak away with a little bit of a kneecap or rotate through the air. Way too good of aimers on the high ground to kind of allow that to happen. 9th place, 3 eliminations for the trio. That's actually their worst game yet in this final. So we'll have to kind of keep an eye on how they're doing. I'm a little mad looking at these standings. I'm not going to lie, Zeke. Kanata, right, in the mix, in the end game right there. 3rd place, 4 eliminations. Doesn't move on the leaderboard. How in the heck is that, right? After yesterday's day, right? A little bit of a rough one. Finally, we see him in the mix. Doesn't move up at all. I mean, still holding on, still close to the rest of the competition. But I was like, they're going to jump up, and they just didn't.
It happens because Shadow, Curve, and Tyler decided to place, where they did this game, right? 2nd place. I think it's interesting because, like, to some degree, you kind of want them to move up the standings, right? What you definitely don't want is them moving down. So I appreciate that Kanata at least kept them where they were. But of course, again, coming back to this trio, the fact that they won, we're starting to shake things up, Kelly. It's starting to get a little too close for comfort. I'm excited, but I'm also nervous.
Well, speaking of shaking things up, we've seen Shadow's trio shake things up. And again, another one of those dark horse trios that we've watched all the way back from Major 1. But for me, really what stood out about this trio was that incredible 20 elimination game we got from one of the more recent performance evaluations. A majority of that coming from Shadow. So to see this kind of early aggression from this team, it may have taken a day for them to really lock in. But now I'm excited to see if we can get more of that ultra aggression that we saw from Shadow before.
And they were first. That was their best game set. Placed 9 eliminations eliminations.
could get in
Cool
the
to
game.
see that. Maybe they're going to throw
Like,
their
someone, like,
name in the mix
messed
right
up their
now. But
internet
100
connection so
points
they wouldn't be
separating
able to
4th
play.
and 9th place.
And just sabotage them.
Anything can happen,
So,
Zeke. I'm a little nervous.
And yeah, when I-
That's
and
fine.
when
We
you
have
have that,
5 more
how
games. Just think,
do you
if this was
think they
game
could?
11, I would
Like, they
definitely
can't do it
be
during that
about to
match.
pass out.
Those
But we have 5
already
games.
messed up the
It's
game.
fine.
Like that person couldn't,
Everyone
like,
calm
load
down.
in.
I'll be nervous for us. Let's
Some-
jump back
I don't
into
think it
the
was that big
action,
of a
though,
problem,
with
but-
Monster
but
Defense
the whole
Jacob
team
PR.
couldn't load it.
Take us back in the game.
Because they were all in the
No
same
way,
place. Like, they were
Zeke.
all
There
playing
is
together
no
in the
time to
same,
calm down.
like,
Game number
same
7 was
place, you know what I mean?
absolutely fantastic, and I expect
playing together
5
in
more
the same
games.
house.
Monster's been back
So they
and
all
forth,
couldn't
back
load
and
it.
forth at the top of that leaderboard.
You know what? When the Major 1 final champions are in the mix as well, getting points, this is great for the rest of the lobby. Let's not forget, the better they do, the more they accumulate, the more likely other teams have a chance for those global spots. What you don't want is for other teams to be earning those points, because then they are surely getting closer and closer to stealing away one of those prestigious positions. But yes, Vivid said it best. The standings are way too close right now. For someone to have a top performing game and then not move is insane. So let's jump in for game number 8 now.
Right now. Come on, guys.
The Major 2 Finals Game 8 is about to commence, and Jacob, I gotta say, it is starting to cook up to be an iconic Major Finals right now. And once again, we get to watch the dynamic play out. That last game, we gotta give a hats off to the servers. We got a completely different end game, right? This is what we're hoping to see, some new dynamic coming into play. And it looks like, you know, for our Lone Wolf Layer team, Clicks and Company, them being able to deploy those other strategies that didn't get to really test out yesterday, seem to work in their favor.
Yeah, that rotating towards the north side, they were able to pick up more and more surge on the teams trying to rotate deep into the zone. But again, more switch ups going down. Game 2, it does look like G Money, Osid, and Bryce are going to be uncontested inside of the mountain. But you see in the mini map, there's a full trio at the top of the mountain, so they're going to be splitting as much of this loot as possible. And this is something that we saw go down throughout the course of the day yesterday, and they're just trying to make sure that they don't risk their entire game on that off spawn fight.
Yeah, off spawn, always the tricky one, especially when you're going 50-50. We saw a little bit of that yesterday from those teams as well, kind of opting to split it up. One thing was for certain, though, when G-Monster's team got away successfully in the early game without any contestation, they seem to have had really good games come out of it. So a lot of promising hope for a trio like that, but King Silic and Jargu have not let up just yet. They're looking to continue the pace here for the previous game, and King and Silic continue to do just that, but the whiff shot, oh, for a second there, the little hiccup, I thought he missed the important tag, but nope, he ended up finishing off the full trio.
Yeah, it's just about this team. Silic making the plays in game number 1 to kind of lead them to the rest of the game off spawn, and then now it's King's turn. I talked about the aggression. We both did. We saw it through group stages. It's finally great to see it here in back-to-back games for them. Over towards the bridge, though, a fight that we were watching yesterday. Another 50-50 for that floor loot. I think both teams kind of switching it up just a little bit. Once again, where you're at on the leaderboard means so much. Not just the first place FNCS championship, not just the global spots, but there's still a great amount of money to be won.
Yeah, and your history, right? Especially for these teams that are now starting to consistently make their way to finals. This is their legacy beginning to get developed here in real time. You know, and you got to give credits to Eulogy, Phenom, and Yusuf. I know last game was a little bit of a rough one for them, just given the circumstances, but they turned things into an 11th place game for them, really popping off. And not only that, that jumps them up to 16th place overall on the standings. So a top 10 could be in the conversation here, but they got to make it past the drop first. And Donnie, Craze, and Joji seems to have kind of taken control of the Shining Span this time around.
Yeah, they even got that elimination on Eulogy before he was able to get over that mountain. So they just got to figure out how to get that reboot card. As we turn on over to Crime City, business as usual for our first place team. Just unfortunate going down in 9th place, which left a good amount of placement points still on the board, and obviously elimination. So Clixiamzo Higgs able to close the gap to 6. But landing over towards the server room, getting the train. Peterbot immediately building up and looking over towards Foxy Floodgates. That's where you have Visual Braids and a Minish. It's just a little bit of early game surge, and Peterbot just takes most of that damage. Forced to kind of take a break here, breathe, reassess the situation.
Up in a full chug jug here. I don't blame him. Some prestigious heals getting utilized here. Visuals, you can see, looking to potentially play a cheeky little side angle right there. Higgs clicks Niamza, though. Volt secured. Now time to head
don't
out. Start
know.
looking for that damage. Higgs, no upgraded rifle.
I was trying to look.
We'll see if he can
Whoa.
kind of
On here.
fish for something new here shortly.
Analytics here, yeah. And it
Clicks
should
Higgs
say-
and Yamzo
and
pulled
if you
off
press
7
analytics on
pickups,
there,
most of any
it'll
team
tell
so
you.
far in the game. Those revives being absolutely clutch.
Yeah,
Most
so
of
you get
which
two shares.
obviously was accumulated yesterday, we saw in those final games. But still, even now, Clicks got saved in the last round as well. So crucial for their strategy is keeping the entire team up.
Yeah, it's just in part the way they kind of play the low ground, getting the front side of the zone. At times, even taking Storm damage just to get deep into the zone with their builds before they backtrack. They found a lot of success in that game. If they can keep this momentum going, we can have this race all day long. But a new horse has entered the mix. Acorn, Pollo, Agers. They won that last game. They climbed up the leaderboard. They got a tying spot on the leaderboard, and they're winning the tiebreaker due to that victory royale in that last game over Reet, Cooper, and Curly. And they're sticking to the strategies. They got access to Mass Meadows uncontested, the vault with an abundance of loot, and they immediately go on over towards that black market where Acorn's the one that kind of relays a lot of those extra heals on over.
Yeah, what's really nice is they're keeping up the pacing, the momentum that they kind of left themselves off with games 5 and 6 yesterday, really setting them up big time to be in the conversation and then to, of course, initiate the tournament day 2 with a win. It's going to be the perfect storm here for them right now. And you can arguably say, you know, it's about a 5-way tie between 3rd down to 8th, right? They're all just within a couple of means points away from each other. Really is overall a super close competition. But one thing I wanted to also highlight was this trio right here. Visuals, Braids, and Diminished. My gosh, have they been playing some excellent Fortnite. Really just a sleeper team. And this is one that's been around the block for a long time, right? This is not a trio that's just new by any means, but they seem to have this season figured out.
Yeah, whether you're, you know, doing the watch parties, Fortnite Comp Report, or Ozzy himself, this is always a team when I'm looking at their predictions, Monster. They're a dark horse. They're always in the conversation. Even when Visual and Braids were a duo landing at a split drop that they made themselves, they always command that respect. And with the early game that we saw, with Diminished going down, eliminated by Peterbot, we saw Visuals going down over towards Foxy Floodgates, forced to reboot. They were still able to pull off a 6th place with 6 eliminations, which gives them that 24-point lead over 4th place.
I thought I
And last game, I mean, just play from Diminished. Incredible stuff to make that push and keep his tournament run alive, keep him in the game to even have a little piece of an end game there. It's definitely the difference maker. Ritual Cold and Peterbot, though, it's kind of setting up here. You can see they've already done what they had to do over at the drop. Now they're looking to kind of disperse out. Meanwhile, Kanata Bolts back on the hunt here, continuing to take these Eastern fights, and most importantly, take them with no fear of sitting in the zone for a while. I mean, look at the head count here. They found Yusuf and then box him up. Oh no, gotta be doing better than that. Yusuf somehow didn't even have his walls under control before this all kicked off, and then Bolt's getting right to it. Wonderful tags there. That's some big damage for them right now.
Yeah, even though they're able to get Eulogy back, they're not really able to do anything with it. And I like the way Bolts played it, even though they didn't need it, because as you said, they boxed him up. You saw how he went across the entire left side, let Sphinx and cut out a push directly towards his opponent. He was prepared just in case he was trying to disengage, run out. He would have ran into Bolts, but they were just too quick. Bolts didn't really get to do anything. Maybe the next fight, buddy, as he's looking towards the backside of zone, sees a full trio back there. And right now, it's essentially up to them how long they want to stay here at this spot on the map, how long they want to try to hold that team out, and how much surge they think is okay for them to rotate out.
Alright, cool. There's movement threats at rapid, guys.
Back on over to the Seaport City. Zone still kind of hovering around this general area, so a lot of time bought here. But you notice the markers are out. They're going to be looking to focus on the Eastern teams. Teams like Kanata potentially that are out there.
I want that skin so bad that they throw the Naga.
He just blocks it off. No. No free damage for you over there, but they're still able to sneak some through. Thresh just looking at that armored vehicle, trying to rotate in towards zones. Definitely hard to land shots, but if that 3rd player, your trio, is in the back and he falls out, you leave him behind, it's almost open season, so you got to be careful for that one as you're rotating through. As Muzz, Rise, Yapko You can see they're already beginning that rotation out of shiny shafts, slowly but surely, since the zone is rather close. And you can kind of see where the zone is at this time around, just inside of Lone Wolf Slaver, maybe a little bit of brutal boxcars on the side.
Nice calm here right now for the team. Rise positioned up at the Surge base right now, but zone's already starting to pop here. Looks like another Eastern draw so far.
Just looking around, see how many teams are still getting left behind. They have the time and the luxury to do it, but on the other side, they might not. Broken, Liam 20. No extra shields for Broken. He does have a med kit, so you can see the possibility of how long this fight has actually been going on, but there is going to be one knock on the other side. 20 goes down, so still a 2v2 breaking out, but at least Broken was able to grab a lot of that extra loot. The Siphon Mats could be the difference maker as the cleanup finally goes through onto JoJo. 2v2 breaking out, but a full third trio, a third party is now moving in to interrupt this fight.
So I was gonna say, Aviv, Skittles, Chimp sitting comfortably on the outskirts, watching it all go down, chipping away at damage here. They have the prime positioning, and notice what they're trying to do. Let this middle team kind of wrap things up or break it out, initiate it, so they can clean up the extra elims that start to scatter away. And one thing's for certain, they're picking up a lot of damage with the Oxy on the run now. In comes Skimps and crew. Skittles Chimp already putting more shots down. Broken forced the Jug here alongside Liam. Very little time left, but Skittles is on the wall. Viv's on the other side here. It's just a matter of time before they likely pick up these elims right now. And I mean, if you're Liam and team, you're thinking about, you know, what went wrong this game, right? They had a couple great moments where they were kind of breaking out of the early game, but things just not really trending in their direction right now.
Yeah, they thought it, since the zone had pulled so far away, maybe they had an isolated fight, but Skittles, Chimp, and Viv, kind of part of their strategy, staggering themselves this far back in the zone. They get a lot of the extra loot. They do a little bit what some of these other teams do, whether they're fighting off spawn or just trying to take shots on any teams rotating late, trying to get out of the zone. This time around, it does work out for them. And one of the big reasons why they feel so comfortable staying so deep into zone on this side of the map is because there's geysers, launch pads, then obviously if they have the kneecappers, there's a lot of different mobility tools they can use to close the distance quick.
The highlight how things end up working there, and I was just looking at the standings. That's going to put them up in 13th place right now. A couple eliminations away from 12th right now for Aviv, Skittles, and Chimp. We're keeping tabs on them, seeing if they can fight their way into a top 10 after this game's over. Cooper, Ree, and Curly continuing the action here at the Flooded Frogs. So far, so good for them as far as the overall damage. Zone's gonna land relatively close here.
In that last game for them, with a little bit of a different zone pull, not at Magic Mosses like yesterday, that was their worst game of the tournament so far. They were still able to get a 10th place with 3 eliminations, but we're kind of seeing them really be put to work here early on here in day 2. In the feed, I did see Silik get it down onto Poyo. Agers does look like he's still alive, though. They have a chance to heal up. They have Medmis smokes, water sprites, a bunch of different utility, and they have the luxury to go back in the zone over towards Mass Meadows to get the reboot back onto Poyo. So it should be not too much hard work for them to be alive as a trio once more. The biggest thing that I'm really watching out for is with Poyo going down, getting rebooted, how much surge did they actually lose off of that?
Yeah, it's the setback that really makes the difference. Take a look at it. It's against Xanda, Evan, and Sandalit. Oh, they get deleted from behind. Wow. It's the small things, right? The small regrets that end up sending you right back.
I feel like it's happening more and more where you think you have an isolated fight that deep in the zone, and then out of nowhere, a third team comes out of nowhere. Visuals, Braids, and Diminished. They were able to quickly move north from Foxy Floodgates. They're trying to get the Brutal Boxcars Mountain. And if the trend continues and we have some of the same zones game after game hovering over each other, we're going to see a lot of proactivity come out of some of these teams, this being one of them. Now, depending on where there's... Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, this is where they positioned up last game, right? They seemed to be comfortable coming here, taking the fights on this mountain, but this time around, they wanted to get here early so they didn't have to really box out you know, a team while getting third partied. So they get the full wipe, and then look at that. They're fully based up now.
There's Yamzo and Higgs. They're trying to battle.
Read my mind right there. And this is, I feel like, one of the first times we're seeing Clix, Yamzo, and Higgs actually fight for this black market. They're realizing how close the tournament is, and they're pulling out every single strategy, going back to what they know has worked
Good job, Clix and them.
in some of those past Divisional Cup tournaments. 341 damage above the threshold. The zone is moving over towards this direction. So they're maybe learning, adapting here as the games go on.
Don't call it too early now. We might might jinx it. We get another Magic Moss's endgame.
Agers there.
Little update from Agers though. Going on here. So Boyo picked up little damage given that he's playing the zone right now. Agers is making super sure there's no one kind of lurking about right here. Not trusting a bush, not trusting the builds.
Higgs has got
This tower is obviously still in the zone right now.
Uh-oh. It's like a stroll in the park on one side, but on this one, Yamzo just takes a big shot, maybe even kneecapper on top. Clix as well, dropped down to 105 HP and shield, forced to backtrack. At least he reunites with Higgs, where he knows he has a little bit of extra help, so that way he can finally pop those heals. It's Yamzo the one that has a little bit of worry. I say that lightly, though, because he already has elimination onto Tony. That's going to help with the Siphon, the extra materials, as to continue to push forward.
Actually caught the second elimination there as well. So look at this. Last game they kicked it off with 4 elims in the early game. This time they're finding some mid-game critical fights here. And then they get to secure the market and everything in between right now. This is actually perfect. And then you look in the outskirts, there are other options as well, right? You have to think about how those teams are likely thinking that they need to get into a surge fight as well. But if you're Higgs, Yamzo, and Clix, they got a brief glimpse of how well set up they are right now.
Creon's there.
It's just unfortunate. Creon's by himself, and they have some extra HP down below, so they can literally outstay their welcome over there. Rise, Yapko, Muzz, still slow to rotate. Pulls further and further towards Brutal Boxcars. Again, that mountain range that some have invested into early on might have been the fruitful play that works out. But with 845 damage above the threshold, they really don't have to worry about anything other than making it to zone. And it sounds easier than it actually is, because you saw what Trio is waiting at the other side.
Somehow, some way, miracles are true. They weren't spotted out. They could see Ritual and Cole moving their heels out of the base. And look at how quickly they end up boxing down. But hold up, Agers, Acorn, and Boyo not letting up the pressure here. They ended up tailing that team that just got the pickup right off the outskirts on the bridge. And it's G-Monster and Osid who fall now to the hands of Agers, Acorn, and Boyo. So big set of eliminations here. We talked about them being out of damage. They're only 181 above after picking up 2 eliminations, so it shows you they could have been 500 or 600 behind just moments ago.
Go.
Oh. You know where it's going, right, Monster? You know where we're headed, right? Maybe they could take the train, because we're going to Brutal Boxcars is what it looks like. That mountain range that some invested into might be worth it, as Jojo Fishy trying to pass Peterbot. He gets taken down from one player to the next. Aoxy feels that same pain, and they felt it twice in the same game, because remember, they were trying to disengage as a solo. At least he got the reboot attempt onto some of his teammates, but these are the things you really just have to watch out for. And that's only their second elimination so far, and they're almost 600 above the damage threshold.
You guys see why Muzz and team were like, oh, wait a second. We're not going to get by this base. That's exactly what happens. They were looking to dive onto the next team they saw for sure. Sphinx, Bolts, and Kanata, though, 113 damage below the threshold. This is obviously one of the worst positions you could be in here. And they have a decision to make. They're going to go 5 splash down and then into the box here. So Aviv, Skittles, and Chimp are an option. And then you have Cooper's team down low. Ooh, Rhea, Cooper, Curly have to be counting their lucky stars, because Bolt, Sphinx, and Kanata are on the way, and they're hungry for an elimination here. They need damage. Nothing just yet.
This is not good. Sphinx goes down, eliminated. Active Storm Surge means you're not going to get knocked. And they're just falling further and further below, from a little bit over 100 to now 321 damage below the threshold. That's close to 2 full eliminations on the players. And it's something that you got to be careful for because they don't have any extra heals, no shields, no HP. Luckily for them, they're able to look to the backside of the zone and trying to land some shots, but it bites them in the end. Aviv, Skittles, Chimp, they might have forgot about him, but they didn't forget about you. They turn on to Kanata, get that elimination, and force bolts into a mad scramble.
Tough spot to be in here now. And although he has to play defensive, you kind of can't, right? Like, you don't have the luxury, you don't have the time. There it is. Things are active. Sees a base, goes into it. Amplify cleans him up. That's going to be the end. Team Kanata there. Cooper, Reed, and Curly take full advantage of the fight that they hear break off next door. Meanwhile, Muzz, Rise, and Jabco, no troubles in the world right now as they go for an early rotate to try to get to this zone. And I'm a little curious if this was the best way to go. There's a huge body of water. Team's already set up on this side. Just gonna have to watch it play out.
Just trying to heal up. I can sense them passing around that chug jug before this rotation just to top everybody off. Rise peeking through. And they got to be careful here because like you said, they have to go over that open body of water. Now they're one of the last teams to rotate on over. And if anybody is going to be below Surge, they're definitely going to be looking back. And on the other side of that bridge, they're going to run into Clicks. They're going to run into Yamzo and Higgs. And they're just putting pressure on every team that has to rotate through that water.
Jacob, I was asking myself, what team could it be? Like, who pulled the zone right there? Like, who's set up already on the other side? Big body of water to protect them. It's Clicks, Yamzo, and Higgs with the prime positioning. Talk about key real estate right here. This is a perfect position to be in. Not only that, they have the natural elevation and the high ground up above them as well. This is where you want to be right now. Not too comfortable. You can see Clicks just kind of staying on his toes right now. Replay coming in for Cold, Ritual, and Peter bought those. They're finding eliminations right now. Mind, those are points, right? Starting to rack up there.
Trying to close that gap. 6 points. It's not much now, but you definitely cannot let Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual continue to get more and more eliminations as each game passes. It's almost been the trend. 69 above, though, for the Major 1 champions. They've had a few struggles in this game, but they're always figuring out a way to make it work. The zone cuts back just a little bit in their favor, and that gives them the option to look across 2-3 teams over there. That's going to be their target. I was literally just saying you cannot let them pick up these eliminations, and there goes Peterbot getting another knock onto Cynics.
The end game is just starting right now, and they're at 5 elims, so talk about really heating up what it matters. Zone's gonna pull far east though, giving up all that water. Straight into the landmass we go. See, most of the teams already have migrated here. 2 trios trailing behind for Peterbot, Ritual, and Cold. Trying to decide. It's gonna be the first move for them right now. Big lobby pressure coming in off the Chimp, Skittles, and Aviv. Down low.
I think they figure a lot of these teams are gonna have to rotate in their direction, and that's gonna be the best chance that they got to try to catch some players off guard. Some damage able to sneak through, but not much. But this is the zone. Kelly really broke this down to start the day. They pulled it on the front side and immediately built up. Bugha, Threats, and Rapid. And they were the ones who closed out game number 6 with a victory royale. And so it's going to be interesting to see if they can actually close this one off. They're looking across and seeing who is actually going to try to make the play to contest them. Where this next zone pulls, Monster, is going to be so pivotal on Threats, Rapid, and Bugha's next moves.
You can tell by Bugha's body language there. He is eyeing up Reed's base. They are a little too close for comfort to second height. Wouldn't put it past him to dive in, but look at this. They just can't get a break. Agers,
wow.
Oh, Acorn and Boyo get eliminated in 14th before the real placement point starts to kick in and kind of add up, but it was a struggle of a game just to even get this far. Clicks, Yamzo, Higgs, though, they have not stopped playing the perfect frontside low ground all weekend long, and they just continue to do so. Another top 10 is just moments away.
You see the huge difference, though, in their inventory this time around. The Mythic Collateral AR, the extra splashes, they did make their way on over to that black market to try to take use of their Lone Wolf POI. Peterbot looking to chop down high ground, but they got to be connected somewhere else. And that's the thing that they're going to look for it, but instead they run into Craze on the other side, but they're not backing down from any challenge, especially now since they know they're going to have to rotate. And you see them looking through the wall, eyeing that team before they rotate on out. just trying to be very, very precise about their rotation, and they even change LAers during this next pool. And now they're looking up. Peterbot knows if they want high ground, now would be the time to try to take it.
Yeah, they wanted to chop it down, but it's connected to the steam stack there. He didn't see or notice the fact that it is just going to be there and set up. But Clix Iamzo Higgs on the Gold Rush splash effect here, continuing to rotate. It seems like they pull a little bit of a favorable zone on the low ground as well, so that's going to be perfect for them. Meanwhile, Bugha Threats and Rapid managed to re-secure the base here, so all that material count doesn't go to waste, but Peterbot doesn't care. He's had enough of high ground shooting down. He's starting to eye up Bugha. And we know what he does. He used that kneecapper so well to retake high ground. And then the full commit jumps to the front side of zone. Threats is there to back him up. Bugha, Rapid, come on in. It's an all-out fight inside the box. Threats gets put down, though. Peterbot is showing up once again. This time, he wants to win, though.
Yeah, he took that high ground by force, and you saw when they all jumped over Bugha, Threats, Rapid, it's like they jumped in different directions. Threats was just left by himself in the Lion's Den, getting eaten every chance that he gets, and now the game has just changed. A huge threat is going to be on the high ground. Cold, Peterbot, and Ritual, they didn't get the win that they wanted in game number 1. They got the gap closed by Clix Iamzo and Higgs, and now it's their time to reopen that spread.
What's most important is that they stay alive right now. Everyone has to stay up. Ritual, though, takes a huge amount of damage right now. Someone ends up contesting them for high ground, and Ritual falls first. It's Cooper, and it's Reed who's here now, showing up as well. But look at the fight. He's showing Vert show up, too, for a little bit of high ground. Everyone wants a piece of this, but Peterbot's had enough. Once again, he's here to fight back.
Taki thought it was safe. He thought it was easy, but sidelined by Pete. Cold goes down. Ritual as well. Peterbot able to get a knock on the one, but he knows he can't clean it up just yet. Vert's still down below, but he's getting backed off. Backside of zone. Peterbot still has the Siphon available when that elimination finally gets cleaned up. So he has all the time in the world here to look back at the Vert and figure out what he's going to do. And he has no chance to contest this high ground. Still a good amount of builds left for Peter as well as a solo.
The only team trio up is Clix's trio on the low ground. Look at how many eliminations they have managed to secure here. They are running away with things down. But Peterbot is still in this game, still looking to earn points, still looking to keep that gap from opening up any further. He's already at a total of 11 Elans with the trio here. He finds Donnie as well, still finding more, and then finds Vert, making sure that he's securing the points here. He says, you may be winning the war on the low ground, but I'm here to take it all home. Hold up. Peterbot finds Higgs. And now the Cypher's starting to cook in. Another shot out to Clix. And he is still going right now. One thing's for certain. He's going to keep the pressure up and make it nice and close. But in the end, Clix Iamzo and Higgs secure the dub.
And it just leaves me asking one question. Were those eliminations that game from Ritual, Cold, and Peterbot enough to make that 11-point difference from the Victory Royale mean absolutely nothing? This is what we wanted. The entertainment. This is Cinema Monster.
It's crazy because it doesn't matter if you win the game if you're letting Peterbot's trio earn all of those extra points. He's just taking away the padding that you could have otherwise secured, but you have to give so much credit to Clix, Iamzo, and Higgs. Just a perfect, they are playing absolutely perfect front side low ground end games right now, and they're cleaning up house. Iamzo with the final shot there to win the Victory Royale. Clix, Higgs, and Iamzo do it once again for game number 8, Zeke.
Jacob PR, hold me. This is cinema. I cannot believe. Okay, Kelly, was there a moment where you believed Peterbot was gonna 1v3? Was there a moment where you thought,
yes,
oh no, are we about to get 1v3? It's okay, Clix. Look, it's me and you. It's me and you. They got themselves a Victory Royale. That's what I like to see, but man, that was a very scary game. Peterbot went wild, but obviously I love to see from Clix, Iamzo, and Higgs that they were really kind of leading the charge as they do on the low ground, right? And while everything else is happening, they're like, hey, just stick to the plan. I know it sounds like a bunch of stuff's happening and we could go for those eliminations. Let's just go for the win instead.
I mean, and they did it to a T, like what we've seen them do time and time again. Around zone 9, they're kind of playing in the back a little bit. They had so many more splashes than what we've seen them, and they utilized that. We can understand why that's such an important part of their strategy. And getting those splashes, you get a little bit of a speed boost. You are able to control the front ground. And then while all the chaos is happening on the high ground, Vivid, and that was definitely the most chaotic high ground we have had this finals for North America, well, low ground just kind of gets free elims.
It's so awesome. We're just so entertained, right? We're all just staring at high ground, right? We got Peterbot Trail up there taking the high ground, defending the high ground. We're like, holy moly, who's going to win this game? And then we look down. Monster makes the call. There's only one full trio alive. It's Clix' trio. They're putting on a clinic on the low ground for the observers. It was like pick your poison, right? No matter who you picked right there, we were going to be entertained. Not very often, right? Where we watch one of the most entertaining parts of the game happening up on the high ground, and there's so much going on the low ground. But what an incredible game from Clix, Yamzo, and Higgs, just taking full advantage of it. And this is what I was mentioning, right? They are not faltering at all. Does not matter what's going on, right? If your trio's going down on the high ground, they're going to be popping off on the lower ground every single game. They have figured not only this meta out, but this finals out, and it shows every single time ever since they started yesterday in game number 3. Outside of, game number 6 yesterday, where of course a little bit of a falter. They have not placed outside of top 2, 3 of those being wins. They're playing so good.
This is insane. And just to think, I'm gonna go ahead and spoil it right now, okay? Because of that game, there is a 3-point difference between Ritual Cold and Peterbot and Clix, Higgs, and Yamzo. But who's in first place? We'll find out after this break. Don't you go anywhere.
Hey dude, how you doing? Appreciate you joining. 8 votes for the poll. 5, 4 people with Dynamite on the stream. Thank you guys. Haven't already liked, subscribe, comment, just go pause, report item shop. Crazy game by Clix. Peterbot clutched up so much, and I hope that Clix got it. Hope they're in first, but it's crazy, guys.
Welcome back to the FNCS. I cannot believe it, but Clix, Yamzo, and Higgs got themselves yet another victory royale. However, for a moment, it looked like Peterbot was gonna 1v3 them. Guys, I'm gonna say it. I'm so sorry. The mental game, Peterbot's in my head, okay? Mentally, I thought, oh no, Peterbot might just 1v3 Clix, Yamzo, and Higgs here because they were just on a tear. And like, you know, Kelly, once Peterbot gets going, it's so unbelievably difficult to stop him.
It's really funny. Anytime Peterbot does poorly in a game, you can almost expect the following game to be just absolute nonstop W king from him. And I love that. It's something that we've seen from Peterbot now for the last year, where he needs to prove himself if he doesn't have the perfect game. And this was very close to being the perfect game. An incredible height take from Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual, where it almost didn't really pan out, but they went back forward again, able to control high ground, even when Vert went for this bar for bar 1v1 against Peterbot, which is quite the feat to do.
Yeah, I mean, it was just an incredible game. And, you know, me, Zeke, Kelly, we're sitting here, we're getting ready to kind of come back to the show. You know, we hear in our ears, yeah, hey, we, you know, Peterbot stuff's ready, highlights ready. It's like over a minute long. We're like, wait, what? And we're like, yeah, we also kept it short. And we're like, wait, what? It's incredible stuff. It's just not enough time to truly understand how good Peterbot really is. And I give a big shout out to Jacob was all right, because we're like watching this, and as soon as the Elim comes in on Higgs, Jacob goes, oh no. He's like fully prepared for the 1v3 to happen. But that being said, that Peterbot solo clutch right there somehow holds on to first place by just 3 points.
Just the most ridiculous run, right? I mean, again, this was Peterbot as a solo. That's almost more dangerous when he's by himself. Like, I can't even believe those words are coming out of my mouth.
Oh, I do.
And yet it happened. Kelly, I mean, he's just crazy.
I mean, you look to the global championships and you have game 11 there, where Peterbot eliminated like 8 players in 2 minutes. And I think actually in Major 1, he did the same thing, potentially in game 11 as well. Peterbot is known as this insane player going for these solo clutches in the end game. And Zeke, you keep saying, oh, I thought he was going to go for the 1v3. Peterbot essentially went for the 1v5 and eliminated 3 players. He got Donnie, he got Vert, and then he got Higgs. No one else can do it like Peterbot. So even if he's not winning, who cares? Because he's able to get so many elims.
Yeah, I mean, it's just incredible stuff. I mean, we could talk about our top 2 trios for the rest of the day. We could just stop the competition right now and probably talk about them forever. We do have some other trios who are, of course, playing very, very well. We got Braids, Visuals, and Amenis. They are still holding on to 3rd place right now. Pick up, you know, another good game, still continuing that trend, Zeke, of only having 1 game outside of the top 10. This game, they're going to pick up 7th place with 5 eliminations, so staying consistent in terms of that. But I mean, you know, our top 2 contenders, Kelly, they're running away with it, but it's very, very close towards like 3rd through 6th right now.
Of course, and that's what we're looking for, right? Braids, Visuals, and Amenis making their way to the global championships over some of our bigger teams, the Big 7. I mean, if you look at our leaderboard right now, it is what players consider the Big 7, but if you replace Visuals, Braids, and Amenis with Kanata, Bolts, and Sphinx, however, they're not stopping yet either. They are still in our top 10. And Zeke, we have 4 more games to go. It already feels like the end of the tournament because so much has happened, but we're barely halfway through.
Even just look, Kelly, like, look at those numbers. How many of those are zeros, as in those players haven't moved? And how many of them are going 1 point up or down? This competition is so close. Like, yeah, of course, obviously we're trying to tell this nice little story, and then Clix and Peterbot over here just like blowing stuff up. We're like, okay, I guess we have to look at that too. Like, the competition is close with 4 more games left to go. Let's jump back on that battle bus. MDF, Jacob PR, take it away.
Yeah, look, no doubt. I mean, we're going through a roller coaster of emotions. I feel like I've exhausted the pipes here. I mean, we still have 4 games in front of us, and it's looking like every game is a fight for the championship right now, Jacob.
Yeah, and it's looking like it could be some of the most important games of Fortnite you will play this year. 3 spots for the Global Championship, and it gets exponentially harder with only 2 spots in Major 3. So honestly, it's now or never for some of these teams at the top of the leaderboard.
Well, one thing's exciting right now. It's that 3-point gap up at the top. You know, Peterbot making sure that Clix has to stay on his toes. You don't know now when they just want to pull the trigger, or will Clix pull something out of this sleeve? Well, we're here to find out. Let's jump on this battle bus one more time.
Monster, when this game ends, the tournament will be 75% of the way over. And that's really where it's going to start to get interesting. 3 games left, not enough time to make up a point deficit. So I'm thinking there might be a potential. We saw Peterbot land on Clix. What about the other way around if the point lead over everybody else serves it?
That's exactly what I was starting to allude to with how Clix, Higgs, and Iamzo, or had the whole night to sleep on what all unfolded yesterday. You have to assume that they now too took that exact strategy into account, right? There might be a point in time where they say, you know what, before they can do us dirty, we probably should do them instead. So we'll just have to figure it out. And then I'm also thinking about, is 600 points enough to make it to global championship? Those are a lot of points. But then I start looking down at the standings. It's only a game and a half difference. So this game 9, game 10 are absolutely critical to Clix making it to the global championship spot. Well, in the end, it is absolutely incredible Fortnite at play here. High action, high caliber Fortnite underway, and it just doesn't get any better.
No, it does not. And you're seeing why every team, including Craze, Donnie, Joji, Yusuf, Yuji, and Phenom on the Shining Span Bridge. Yesterday, most of the game, we saw him kind of going all out 50-50, drop on one of them floor loots and quickly go to work. This time around, both games, they're choosing to try to disengage, play it out. They might not get all the loot that they want off of their spawn, but at least they got a shot to try to get more points, move up the leaderboard, try to get in that top 25 where you can actually make some money.
I respect it. Like last game they did something similar, but at the end of the day, they were in about 16th place. So when they survived the drop and they kind of play things out, they were just working their way up, chipping their way up. They jumped up to 14th now, so they're kind of in the running for getting closer and closer to the top 10, which I kind of have to appreciate. What do you think about Peterbot, Ritual, and Cold here, though, playing for the medallion, it seems like, here at the train?
Yeah, business as usual for them, but you see the 2 arrows off on the side, 2 different bases already built. That's the trio, Visual, Braids, and Aminish. This is how they get a lot of their early game surge. And obviously after Peterbot secures the loot that he wants, he quickly turns around, tries to accumulate a little bit of surge on his own. But because of how long it actually takes to get the boss down, to get the medallion, usually there's a lot of shots like that coming from the other side.
I was gonna say, it seems like they were getting a little too close for comfort there. I thought for a moment we're gonna see Visuals, Aminish, and Braids just dive in on the 2, but seems like they know better than to take that risk. What is happening here from coned up to fighting back? Jaxi finds himself fighting out of a absolutely unwinnable situation for most, but all of a sudden he's looking at 1v3 right now. Siphon kicks in here and he's right back in it, and then the double edit. That was too smooth. But Noah plays, Chaos Gaming and Kazs are here to rain on his parade. Jaxi, unfortunately, won't be able to celebrate much longer. Look, he's at 6 elims, 2 team wipes, and then sent back to the lobby. My gosh.
That last elimination was pretty tough, though. He slid. He was safe. So it was great for him to kind of pick that up. You said 6 eliminate. At least they got 24 points for this game. Could be the difference maker depending on where you're at on the leaderboard. And that's where Kaz was able to quickly break. And there was really no time for him to react. The full trio was already there. Jumping on top, closing off every possible escape scenario. As we jump aboard Clix, Iamzo, Higgs. Hey, much closer this time around than we have seen in some of previous games past. Clix is going to be the one leading the charge of trying to get that Storm Surge first. Iamzo, Higgs still looting up underneath the vault and all the surrounding land to try to get a lot of those extra heals up here in this base so that we can have a smooth game. Ooh.
They want to be absolutely sure to find Peterbot, Ritual, and Cold if they decide to try to sneak up on him. And this is why they're all kind of positioned up, like you mentioned, really closely to one another, but all with different angles, right? Looking for teams lurking, kind of sliding up on them.
Peterbot and Ritual trying to get up on them.
You have to also take into account, like, those shots they just put on to Peterbot, they know, right? Like, they're still at the Lone Wolf layer. But what are they thinking right now?
Probably just being very, very precise. And you kind of mix in a little bit of that last game. So they're just trying to get and see where a lot of these players are rotating to, mainly on over towards the black market. As Yamzo taking that other angle, looking towards the south, spotting out one of those towers in the distance and immediately trying to go to work. And you're seeing in the minimap as well, marking a team up there in that last game as one of the first times we were able to see them access that black market underneath Magic Mosses, and it helped so much. You saw the collateral AR. They were able to get at least 4 different sets of splashes on top of it, something that weren't able to do at all in day one because a lot of those north zones.
For Ishu Taki, though, a big box fight right here. Taki's already taken out. A lot of credit to this team that tried to play for high ground, tried to put the dub up on the mark. Came up a little short, but bit of respect nonetheless. And unfortunately, Ishu just forced to completely give us this entire situation up right now.
Yeah, it does look like Seek and Veer are still underneath. Might be a 3v2 situation, so a blessing that they came in to crash this party, because now that Solo is going to be able to get out and get a chance for the reboot, but Veer being pushed back. A lot of these are his builds. That's why you see Creon playing careful, and you see that they're the ones that made that quick jump on over to Black Market this time around. Mythic Collateral AR is just shredding through these builds. Big damage onto Veer. Another elimination cleaned up with ease, leaving Seek by himself in a 1v3 situation. And immediately they spot him out, get him to move. Those audio visuals being the difference maker as they get wiped out of this game.
That Collateral AR so good when it comes down to keying in and keeping the pressure going like that. Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual, though, getting right back into the fighting action here. And what's so interesting is that they're fighting the team that Clix's trio was just eyeing up for surge tags here. And it makes you wonder if they are hunting right now, kind of on the warpath of Peterbot's team, just trying to see if they can find them out, bait them in, wait for them at the edge of Storm, right? This is very intentional right now.
Yeah, especially since I mentioned them being able to access the black market on the side of Clix and his trio. Zone is pulling towards the south, so this would be one of those scenarios with the Storm Surge they got early on in the game. They can backtrack, but now you just got Peterbot in your path. A 3-point lead, and he's not straying away from these risky plays and these big moves of rotating towards the north and trying to cut off that whole team. But there is going to be one player, that last Solo, still in the minimap down below. You see him just above Lone Wolf Lair, just south of what Peterbot's initially at. And it does look like because of that third party, he is going to be able to stay alive.
Yeah, this is some significant, you know, tactics at play right now. Like, you're watching them almost literally trying to position themselves to get into a fight with Peterbot come the mid game. We'll be keeping eyes on it. How Clix and Peterbot, the gap continues, but for Phenom, Eulogy, and Yusuf, fight breaking out kind of inside the Storm right now against Shadow, Tyler, and Curve. You know, up until now, we've seen also Kanata's team here, but not quite just yet. And as we just mentioned, we knew they were trying to get in on to Clix's trio. Who'd have thought they'd push all the way up? Of course, after taking the rotate through the porta body, now full fight's breaking out. Peterbot hurt though. Yamzo is here to fight. No time to choke now, though. This is for the championship, essentially, right here.
Yeah, this would give either one of these teams, assuming they finish at least in the top 3, a big lead going into the last 3 games of the day. Peterbot, Cold, Ritual choosing to disengage. Zone pulling all the way towards the south. They say, hey, we're just going to go ahead and go back on over towards our black market, our crime city for now. We'll meet you later inside of the zone, because now both of these teams know which outfit their opponents are wearing. But Clix getting some good damage on somebody trying to move through that porta potty, forcing the remaining 2 players to just wait and expend a lot of their materials.
I was going to say, it's so important that they pressure right now to really make sure they set back Peterbot's trio as much as possible. You got to give them a lot of credit defending off Peterbot's team, coming in fully healthy, mind you, with all the resources, right? Peterbot's trying to pull the same type of tactic they did yesterday. Just put Clix off of the ball game, right? Push them off their Surge strats, reset them, make them kind of fall in the mid game when Surge gets active. But this time they were prepared, and it seems like, I don't know, man, maybe they pulled the trick out a little too soon yesterday.
I almost feel like, and you're an OG, you've been around much longer than I have. Is this one of the first times we're seeing a team really just take control as much as Peterbot is going for these early game fights? I mean, rightfully so, Peterbot does want to win. They have such a huge lead over 3rd, 4th, 5th, everybody else down below that leaderboard. So maybe he already has his global championship spot, almost guaranteed top 2. It's worth the risk for them, especially since this one is personal almost between Peterbot and Clix. And this is bragging rights. This is more than just that.
Yeah, Jacob, look, you know, I've casted 25 FNCS finals. There has never been a team to do what you're watching right now in an active online tournament, like in this way, right? Really trying to make sure that they position themselves to be the front runners, and then finding someone so close to them, deviating the strategy to say, you know what, we have to adjust. Like, this is what we've always wanted to see from high-level Fortnite, and it's great to see Peterbot and his trio kind of take the lead there, right? So all credits to Ritual and Cold, because there aren't many teams that would do this. And of course, the GOATs, Vino and Queezer, were the ones that kind of kicked this off, right? Showing that this is possible. You can make these type of iconic plays. You can almost cement yourself in Fortnite history as legends if you do this type of stuff. And I think they're leading by example right now. So this is the first time we've seen it here on NA, and I think online in general in this type of way.
It's just an incredible. All these years later, records still being broken, history still being made, and entertainment at its finest. We're the true victors out of all of this that is going down around the lobby, as Higgs in the feed does get an elimination onto the tick. You see Rapid Threats in Bugha. A little bit of a slower pace for them this time around. Just outside of the qualification spots, but the points are so close. All it takes is one good game to change the course of your own history. This time around, everybody having to rotate in from the north. Foxy Floodgate is going to be the most north POI as of now. As we check out how Higgs was actually able to pick up that elimination, just sneaking up on a couple of players. And as I said, zone moving towards the south, which gives a lot of freedom to Clix, Higgs, and Yamto to move back on over to that black market and seeing if there's anything left from Creon, Tony, and Noisy.
I was going to say, you know, you got to think about how, you know, because Ritual and Cold were there, they kind of cut off the black market for a little bit.
Yep.
Likely looking at Clix's performance and saying, hey, you know, what's changed from the days before, right? It's the fact that they have had access to this black market. We talked about how significant that is. But look, there's other teams kind of here still waiting about, so they're not out of the woods just yet.
Oh, no.
Oh, man, they're getting confident up above. They're knocking on some doors, trying to take some cones, eliminate some options just in case this fight does progress longer than they'd expect. But great shots coming out of Yamzo yet again, opening up the fight, slowing down at least one of those players. But Vert landing some good damage onto Clix. Both teams trying to tunnel around, build some extra space. That way they can try to make that move. But it's the low ground right now that is on a little bit of a disadvantage. So they need to figure out a way to make a play as Clix just gets hounded yet again. Dropped down to about 75 HP, looking for a way to survive.
Forced to pop a second med miss here now, so this is really starting to come down to the wire as far as the zone pressure is concerned. It's going to come down to Higgs and Yamto. We've seen a lot of clutch plays from them throughout the weekend. Really have never seen a better Clix and Yamto. They seem to be in peak form. Clix here, still on the back foot right now. 51 damage put off right there. He's going to win that trade. The edit was there, but unfortunately the tag couldn't follow up in time, and this low ground, I was going to say, really difficult to play off of. It seems like the zone gets the nut for Yamzo, and that's going to be the go sign for them. In here they come with the kneecappers are out. Taki's there, but no! The pre-fire shotgun onto Clix takes him down. Higgs loses shield here. It's going to be up to Vert to come through, and Vert actually finishes off Clix. Think about what this is going to do for the damage as well. This is an extremely big elimination right now, and a time waste. And Maniac was just here. This reboot might not even be up. Oh, it is.
This is just crazy because you said it yourself. What does that do to the damage? Remember, early on, it was Clix the one on top of Lone Wolf Lair in their base, getting a lot of that damage while his teammates were the ones looting up, getting the gold. We'll see how it turns out for him, but Cold is down as well.
Cold's down?
Monster. 6 games today, and already it's been toe-to-toe, back and forth between the top 2 trios, and again, we're in a dire situation. Even though they are going to get that revive off and the elimination cleaned up for the Siphon, it still puts them in a spot to where now they have to follow backs into zone, and they're so far back.
Can I just say how smart that was? They left it down body until they picked up Cole, so the Siphon kicks back in for Cole. Like, the little things that happen at extreme high level Fortnite is what makes me love this game so much at a competitive level. And look, they are back like they never left. They are just not looking to make any mistakes. This is incredible stuff.
Those little differences really mean much, because now they don't have to use a med miss, they don't have to use a med kit, no bandages, no worries there, at least not for now. And again, I always say this, they're looting their POI yet again. They don't even necessarily drop there and loot the whole thing. That's from time to time you see extra teams come in, try to grab the scraps. As he dips his toes into the water, the gold splash water that runs through Crime City. Get the extra speed boost, faster farming speed, and that's where he's going to be maxed up on materials in no time. And not too far away from where the zone is pulling now. And this is where you're seeing a lot of teams utilize that gold splash water, just dipping their feet in. They get the speed boost, they get this pickaxe speed boost. And then if they do have that kneecapper, then they're definitely going to close the distance with these.
I mean, at this point, I'm more concerned if like storm sickness is going to kick in. Like, they are playing deep in the storm right now. We still got a lot of, Fortnite to go. The North is still kind of playing the zone right now, so very favorable short rotate for them. Might force them to tank a little bit more than usual. I'm just trying to keep all the options, open at the moment. But Shadow, Tyler, and Curve right now on the move here, playing this kind of high ground, trying to see if they can have a position here. But Noah's already set up. Visuals and Minish are there. Take a look at the highlight from Agers, Acorn, and Boyo on the eastern side of the map. This is what happened last game that set them back. This time, they don't lose Boyo, so they're going to be able to maintain their damage, kind of carry this momentum into this end game right now. Another mountain in play here as well, so seems to be a repeating pattern.
Yeah, almost everybody on this edge crossing their fingers right now, saying, please come to us on the eastern side. Don't pull up that mountain. Don't give us a max pull. Well, guess what? Fortnite doesn't really care how your fingers are crossed or what you're wanting. We're just going to give a max pull anyway. Agers, Poyo, and Acorn. This is something they've been feeling almost all weekend long. And the difference is exactly what you said. They were able to pick up those eliminations. They didn't go down, not rebooted. So this time around, with a similar rotation as last game, I expect them to be very, very much higher when it comes to that storm surge.
Sitting in the storm right now, tanking for position here. Japco, Muzz, and Rise could be setting themselves up for another victory royale here. We've seen when they kind of get these types of zones and they get this high ground positioning early, they've turned them into top threes, second places, and victory royales. Do keep in mind, this is a 2-tick zone right now, so again, a lot of tanking right now. Ritual, Peterbot, and Cole still tanking as well. If they just look over that way, they might actually be able to take them out the sky for a moment there. Seems like a fight's breaking out.
Rise in them. They got to look over.
And as of this game starting, they're only 69 points away from that top 4, which would be a qualifier spot because of Ritual, Cold, and Peterbot in first place. So they know these last 4 games are going to be some of the most important Fortnite they're going to play, especially during this major. Peterbot, Cold, Ritual. They're able to get that mountaintop just south of their actual POI. They're 1,100 damage above the surge, and they're looking toward the back. That player is in zone. They get the knock, the tick, and that was a player that already got rebooted in this game. Down again he goes.
I was going to say, we saw him hiding before by himself. Seems like he just couldn't catch a break. And those are some important points right there. And look at that. He's just going to go for the material. So Peterbot opting to jump down. Big upgrades here as well, potentially. All in all, a pretty great elimination for him.
Yeah, and they knew it was relatively safe because they traveled from that side of the zone where, no, it was closed. Nobody was really there without sacrificing damage. One other team might have been Muzz, Rise, and Yapko on the other side, but a little bit of a far pull for them. But since they're so high up, they could look down at teams like Bugha, Rapid, and Threats, figure out where they're rotating, and either mirror that rotation or just simply use their builds against them. But they are going to beat off Bugha, Rapid, and Threats. Yep, they're cutting them off down the side of that mountain. So not only are they going to get position inside of the zone, they're going to get priority over every other team.
Yeah, one thing we're noticing, it's almost like Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual right now are playing as if every team they're encountering is Calix's trio. They're trying to put themselves in position to directly gatekeep out all the northern teams. They are looking for the fight right now.
I want to say same thing could be said for Kanata, Bolts, and Sphinx, but they're fighting all weekend long, the most distance traveled in the tournament, and they're 137 above the threshold. One of these zones coming towards the south, they got a little bit of priority position. They got to be careful from the left side where they're kind of blocked off, but other than that, they're able to kind of take advantage. A lot of these teams stuck below inside Canyons Crossing. There's a huge elevation differential, and they have to climb that mountain in order to get in the safe zone.
Let's take a look at 98 above here for both Sphinx and Kanata, so not out of the woods just yet. They need to stay active right here, find one of these teams and just kind of break open the fight. Looking at things from the wide shot, Clix, Yamzo, and Higgs find themselves below the surge. That's that damage that we talked about being kind of the setback for them here and now. I mean, not the worst team as far as being underneath, but they're right on the line there. Great tags for Clix to start making up for lost damage here. And it's come out, put him right inside zone. Medmiss already being utilized here. From Higgs' side, they're also getting active there. Seems like Rapids team's the one under fire. Now pressure coming in. Ooh, a far zone pull for everyone on the lobby. Very few teams are going to be able to find themselves safely on the right side of the fence here.
You see a good chunk of the lobby in the minimap trying to make this rotation early. They don't want to get caught behind. It's going over into that kind of divot between Canyons Crossing and the Shogun's arena. So yes, getting down might be easy, but where this zone pulls up any one of these mountainsides, you have to start preparing a few zones ahead, maybe conserve as many materials or find an elimination here like Poyo Angels and Acorn trying to do. 20 is going to be in their line of sights. Active surge on him as well, and it does look like he might be going down here in a moment. Can they take advantage of that? Either way, they don't want to because they know they don't want to get caught in the backside of the zone. And you see him even charged up the Haymaker, but on the other side, Higgs goes down, Clix in shambles. Yamzo no shields. Even with 6 eliminations, this puts him in a dire spot.
Yeah, that looked like Booga coming through with an armored vehicle. Like, I'm not sure what just happened, but Higgs gets sent flying. And I was just going to say, this is one of the few times where being late on the rotate here will actually put you in the better position because it's coming off the top of the mountain. So Clix, Yamzo, and Higgs, although they're man down, they are in a much better position here overall. However, they've lost so much material now. And look at the wide shot right here. Japco, Muzz, and Rise opting to continue to play for ultimate height. You can see this puts Clix's team kind of at the low ground. Peterbot right in the middle of the pack here, trying to potentially opt in to fight for height here shortly.
That's
It's gonna be a Western pool, Jacob.
Yeah, this is going to be tough too. Even though most of it is on even ground at the bottom, it does slightly move up the side of that mountain. So you really got to be careful. For Yapko, Rise, and Muzz, looking down, putting pressure will be the key here, because even though that might not be the team they're looking at now, but Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual are going to be just underneath them. And instead of prioritizing a little bit of elevation, Peterbot is just trying to get ahead of this, try to look at it later, something that we see them do time and time again. Exactly that. They have to be careful because up above, down below, pressure coming in from all angles. No choice as he quickly slides to a safe spot down below. I would be a liar right now, Monster, if I said that didn't make me nervous.
I thought it was over. I'm not gonna lie, but he was way faster than I was on the reaction speeds there to go ahead and save himself and break the fall. Smart play to give up the height there. You saw how dangerous it was getting, but it's not looking good right now for Clix. And Yamzo, Clix taken out here. Yamzo left to solo clutch this one out. Placement points are just starting to add up as well. We're in top 11 territory here, but there is so much action unfolding. Look at this. Peterbot finds another set of eliminations, and they're at 10 already with 24 players remaining in the game.
That was a full trio. They just wiped off the side of this mountain, and the zone's going to continue to pull further and further over. And they're going to go ahead and sacrifice the HP, trying to make a smooth rotation upward. Muzz, Rise, Yapko still up above. They need to figure out a way to target down below. Down is going to be Yamzo still by himself. You said it now. No materials. He's trying to farm what little that he can, but there's still so many dangerous players in front of him, including the full trio towards the right. And he's going to take down Yamzo, Clix, and Higgs.
So he falls inside of top 10. This is really going to start opening up the placement points here for Peterbot. They already have the elimination lead, and this is where the gap will start to grow here. But first, they have to pop off. Ritual's going to fall. Peterbot gets crunched down to just 14 HP and then taken out as well. Cold here does his best, but he gets sent back to the lobby. So scratch those placement points out of the way. The race continues to remain extremely close. Muzz eyeing up all that loot from Peterbot down low, but there's no room to jump down. Muzz, Japco, and Rise looking to be one of the few teams to pick up multiple victory royales here on the day. What an angle from Muzz. And there's the refresh he was looking for. Really taking this game into his own accord here.
They've come close so many times this week, and this is the one they don't want to let slip through. But down below, another team that got to watch out for, Reek, Cooper, Curly, and they are just dominating everyone in their path. The full trio gets taken down, and now it's 2 trios and a solo that isn't going to last long because Kanata goes down. 3v3 situation. Muzz, Rise, Yapko up above. They have the elevation and the advantage, but everything gets chopped down, and now the battle's going to begin. And Haymaker is winding up right now with the kneecapper. He's trying to charge it up, waiting for somebody to peek out of that box and make a mistake.
He tries to free swing right there. Japco is absolutely ready. There it is. It's charged up, but he misses. Hits 1, hits 2. Cooper still alive, though. We'll get the Siphon Muzz in a one-on-one against Reed here. How good can you be here? The jump shot out the side, and Muzz gets traded out. It's all up to Curly. This is his moment to show everyone what he has. What does it take here to be another winner? Can you take game 9 here? Curly versus Rise. Things are starting to heat up. The pressure is rising, and Curly hits the shot that matters most. A second victory royale now for himself here on the finals day.
If we were in person, Monster, I know Curly Bobby be pointing over in that direction and said, you guys could have had me. You guys could have had me on your team winning this game, but you chose to go with somebody else. And now it's a decision that'll go down as one they will regret. And that is a big win for Curly, Cooper, and Reet, because remember, at one point or another, they were tied in that 3rd, 4th place position. Well, there's not going to be a tie anymore.
It was so crazy. You know, for it to come down to the wire, you would have thought Japco, Rise, and Muzz was going to get that second victory royale. But unfortunately, Reed, Cooper, and Curly heat up and cement themselves in the conversation here. They're like, wait a second, guys. We want that 3rd place spot. We want to try to fight for first. And it was so intense here. What a way for this to go down. Look at that. Turn this thing around here. Curly hitting the shot, and then Rise, unfortunately, couldn't find his tags there. There it is, the big victory royale here for game number 9 for Reed, Coop, and Curly there, Zeke.
That has to be one of the most disgusting shots I think I've ever seen. Jumping down that mountain mid-air and just one-pumping that player.
Yeah.
That was crazy. Kelly, you should be doing a Zeke right now because Reet got a VR.
Well, you were just talking about that moment, and it was Muzz versus Reet, where Muzz jumped down and got the elimination onto Reet. But obviously, there's only so much you can do when it keeps coming down to these 1v1s. I love it, Vivid. I love that it's not just these 3v3s now. We're almost getting this kind of like masterclass of 1v1s in final moments. But obviously, big shout outs to Reet, Cooper, and Curly grabbing their victory royale. I love to see them jumping up the leaderboard finally. Actually, I'm excited to look at our leaderboard because they have been one of the only teams in our top 10 to not get a victory royale. So finally to see them come all together, controlling the low ground, especially when you have other low ground teams like Clix's trio or Muzz's trio who was on high ground. When they're everywhere else, you can kind of like navigate the story.
I chalked this game up to a Muzz, Yapko, and Rise win like hours ago. But I saw it, I was like, let's pull back up the mountain. This is easy win. I'm not even going to watch. Hold up. Curly did what? In that end game, did Curly find a llama, by the way? Because we tuned into his POV and he had 60 builds. I mean, Rise has got to be like punching his desk right now. He's like, how does this guy still have builds? He stood no chance in that 1v1 because it felt like Curly had like infinite materials, could keep blocking him up, kept building up, kept coning him off. And at the end of it, when Curly finally hit that final shot, he still had like 40 builds to work with. I don't know where Curly ended up finding so much wood from, but it definitely helped him in that 1v1. What an incredible game from Reet, Cooper, and Curly. Like I mentioned, I kind of chalked that game up to a Muzz win hours ago, right? It looked like it was so clear as day. I don't know how they managed to rotate up the mountain, keep themselves in a healthy position to actually go ahead and win that one. What a game from that trio.
we are just being fed some of the best Fortnite ever right now. And obviously, the first two trios who are out in the lead went down early. More on that in a moment, because first we go to a break. When we return, we'll let you know what happened. We'll see you real soon. I'm just blown away. I'm just blown away. We are halfway through day number 2. And this is just getting crazier. I know, Kelly, it has flown by because we are just getting some unbelievable moments here in major number 2. All right, so obviously, Reed Cooper, Curly, congratulations on your VR in game number 9. But as we bring up the standings, we still see 2 Titans at the top fighting back and forth. One to reclaim his title, to take back his first place. Another to get their first win as a champion. And it is so unbelievably close. I mean, guys, to see Peterbot and Clix be fighting this out. In that last game, Clix fell 10th. Peterbot fell 9th. The difference between the two of them, 5 eliminations. This is a nail biter, Kelly.
And what's even crazier is this discussion kind of started early on in the game. We saw Peterbot once again go to Lone Wolf and go on to Clix's trio. Fortunately, though, it wasn't the wipe that could have potentially happened. Clix was able to kind of hold themselves down. Peterbot's trio kind of backed off. And for a long time there, I mean, Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual looked like they had this low ground to themselves. But so much chaos, especially when it's this mountain zone. There's only so much you can do to control the lobby when it's pulling this way. Even when you're Peterbot, there's only so much you can do, Vivid.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna go ahead and take the opportunity here to also shout out Clix, Higgs, and Yamzo because, you know, like Kelly mentioned, there was a little bit of tension happening, right? Of course, the leaderboard is telling the story as well, but in game, these trios are meeting early on in the games, and I'm not gonna lie, I like to highlight moments where these type of games impress me because Clix, Yamzo, and Higgs still break into the top 10. They have yet to place outside of the top 10, but this was, or no, sorry, that wasn't true. They placed outside, or they got 10th this game. But this was one of those games where it was like, I chalked it up early because after they got done with that engagement with Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual, I was like, oh, they got like 20 builds, and then they went ahead and they fought like 3v3, and then, you know, Clix had to get rebooted. They were late rotated into the zone. I'm like, this is the game, right? This is the game where Peterbot actually establishes a lead over them. But no, somehow they still put up a decent game, get 10th place, 6 eliminations, and then with Peterbot kind of going down in the same area, it still stays competitive on the leaderboard. Gotta tip my hat to Clix, Higgs, and Yamzo because even in games where they don't seemingly have everything go perfect for them, right? The game plan doesn't work out, they're still able to adapt and put up decent points.
Dude, just when we pulled up those standings, I mean, again, we're just trying, when we pull up the standings, just look at that number on the left, right? And just see which way it's going up and down, okay? The fact that Muzz, Yapko, and Rise are now starting to push out Agers, Acorn, and Pollo. Pollo has already qualified. If he jumps up into that top 3, now we're looking to move further down the standings. Peterbot's already qualified. There are so many head-to-heads happening across this lobby right now. I am just in awe of the community, of the players, how they are performing. Guys, this is peak. This is peak.
I'm in awe with Muzz going for that kind of mountainous zone height early on and then using that to kind of control high ground all the way until zone 12. We were talking about at the start of the show just how difficult that is, but when you're Muzz, Rise, and Yapko, it's not too difficult for you. However, what is difficult is that once that zone does slowly start pulling down the mountain, high ground only means so much. But again, I love that it really came down to a 1v1 of Muzz versus Reet and then a 1v1 of Curly versus Rise. There's just so much storytelling there, but still they are just barely within that contention of making into the global championships. These teams cannot be resting on their laurels yet. 3 more games to go, Zeke. There's still so much that can happen.
This is amazing. This is incredible. We hope that you guys are all enjoying what you're watching, and just a shout out, there's a bunch of watch parties happening right now. Aussie Antics, Courage JD, Stable Ronaldo, Faxity, I mean, there's Legends Landing is going crazy. We are all as one community coming together right now to watch this all happen. With 3 games left to go, let's jump back on that battle bus. MDF, Jacob PR, take it away.
I cannot tell you enough, Monster, how close this actually is. And it almost makes me wonder how nervous, how anxious are our competitors, because it has me at the edge of my seat going into these last 3 games.
Yeah, I've been keeping my eyes on the chat, keeping eyes on the community. Clix has said it out of his own mouth. He has had the shakes in certain scenarios, at least coming into game 9. He was really feeling the pressure. And you got to think about it. This is the first time he's had this much pressure. He hasn't had a 2nd place lead, almost 1st place like this. So here we have it. Let's jump in for another game. Game 10 of the Major 2 finals is here. One thing's for certain, we do not know how these rounds are gonna play out, who's gonna let alone take the victory royale come the end game. These games have been absolutely nail biters, and you could tell the tension is in the air between Peterbot versus Clix, because Peterbot's team has been the most dynamic team we've ever seen in the history of Fortnite, changing their strategy round after round and just trying to be the counter, the kryptonite to Clix's trio.
Just taking matters into their own hands, literally making sure if we are going to lose this FNCS, it's going to come at a Tribe. But what is this? Another contested fight. And I was going to say something, though, for a moment, Monster. This has happened in Clix's history one time before. Veno coming all the way over from EU, teaming with Clix. They were at the top of the leaderboard a few majors ago after day number 1, and this exact thing happened. They started to get contested game after game, their loot stolen away game after game, and already it looking like it might have been just a momentary thing. Jutrez said, you know what, we might have just went on to Clix' house. Let's just leave before security catches us.
Now, you do have to keep in mind, Fallen, Nitro, and Jutras are the current 33rd place team. So them just spawning here and taking a little bit of loot is still extremely significant to Clix, Higgs, and Yamzo's pacing in their entire game, right? Look at how different they have to play now. They're slower. They're looking around. They don't want to overcommit. These things are going to affect their performance. So if it isn't one thing, it's another now that they have to keep an eye out for.
Just one of those things I feel like you have to figure out a way to prepare the best that you can. And you can see they knew they were contested right out of the gate, so they're not going straight for that Storm Surge strategy. So even though we know that full team has already disengaged and left, now with the scanner going down, they're going to get the information, and now they're behind their curve a little bit when it comes to accumulating that damage. It's something that you've been talking about all weekend long. It's literally the little things.
Take an inch, they turn it into a mile. Peterbot, Ritual, and Cole seem to have their strategy going business as usual. Teams at Foxy Floodgates peeking on over.
Do you see that though? Look at Crime City. You see just a little purple arrow? That might just be that solo.
Is that Jutras? Oh yeah. Oh, they're just showing up. That is the team. That's Nitro from Jutras, Fallen's trio there. They say, hey, you know what? We want to get talked about on broadcast. We're going to land on both first place and second place. We'll keep it interesting for the calm, you know? Give them both a little something to think about.
It's risky. Especially since Cold is by himself. He's just waiting by one of those chests, waiting for Cold to think it's fully uncontested, because he snuck his way in here, I believe, through the porta potty. So this is going to be one of those interesting situations.
He might actually get away with an elimination right now. I'm not even going to lie. Nah, not on Cold, right? No way.
You know, this is literally a movie today, because, you know, in those situations in the movie, the horror flicks, where it's just like, no, don't go in there. The monster's in there. Right now, Cold sees him. Now it's a chance, as you see every single green arrow on the outside. Both Ritual and Peterbot have turned around, and this is where it's going to get dangerous for Noob Nitro as a solo, because now the entire wolf pack is going to converge.
Wait, but you got to think about it. The same story applies here for Peterbot, Ritual, and Cold. If they're getting, again, pushed off of their usual strategy, this is time lost on farming damage. Now, Nitro did throw the bag. He had a chance to take down Cold, but he got caught in the street, and now he's off to the races, and he just gets folded over. 190 damage opening here by Cold. Cold's probably going to flex him on with a pickaxe. I wouldn't doubt it. Nope, he doesn't want to put the risk out.
Now, it almost makes you feel like in the back of their mind, they found one. They obviously don't know that his duo is just nowhere in sight. Well, speak of them, Fallen and Jutras, this is them. Almost on the other side of the world, north of Crime City, and another 1v3 situation. And that's Cat that just gets the elimination onto Fallen. Jutras now by himself, and it just almost looks like that strat to split up to surprise first and second place might not work out for them, but he's not going down without a fight up until then, where they get wiped off that. And now, one less game for them to play.
Everybody gets their shine in the sun here today on the broadcast. Lord's amplifying Shiny, though, going toe-to-toe now against what looked to be Japco, Rise. Kind of sneaking on in here from the side, trying to get a little bit of a piece of the action, hearing the shots going down here.
Like this slow play this time around. Aviv, Skittles, and Chimp jumping on over towards Outlaws Oasis. And they are actually able to get this armored vehicle this time around, so it's not just the overabundance of loot. It's exactly this situation with the zone pulling further and further towards the east. That's going to allow them to safely, or relatively safely, rotate with that armored vehicle straight into zone much faster than some of these other teams that might have to use some of their resources to make that same rotation.
By the way, was I tripping out last game? Did I see an armored vehicle come flying off the hill? Like, I couldn't tell. Still thinking about how Higgs went down. Like, I'm pretty sure Bugha had an armored vehicle somehow. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Higgs and Yamzo Clix, though, moved out of the Lone Wolf lair. They're not looking to sit around. They're trying to keep their strategy moving along. Notice every game, I would say the last 9 games, basically. They kind of stood there, stay right at the draw spot. Last game, they were forced almost into the zone because, you know, Peterbot's trio rotating in. So now they're looking to play for a little bit more key positioning, take a fight inside the storm. This is all new for them right now.
Yeah, just interesting, you know, from yesterday, staying at Lone Wolf, game 1, being able to access that black market. I thought it was going to be a trend that changes in that favor, but now it looks like they're just kind of hunting. And this could be partially because of Storm Surge, but on the other end, one of the key ways I feel like in order to take down a trio like Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual is keeping up with eliminations. And remember, to close the day out yesterday, they didn't get any eliminations. They went down early, almost a 0-point game. So now you're looking at them. How do you close the gap against the team that is so consistent and so aggressive? Well, this is one of those ways that I'm looking at.
Well, Clix has got the information downloaded. He sees what this team's up to, tracking them almost perfectly as they start to build their fortress here. They're looking to set up the ambush right now, likely waiting for just one little edit reset to come through so they can go ahead and take advantage of the weak wall. And they find it's the weak wall is a little bit of wood, and they box him up, but his player manages to barely skate away, but not for long. Here comes the pressure. This is where Clix shines best, obviously. Box fight type scenarios, swinging his way around, catches JXY from the side angle. Again, not letting the builds kind of replenish here, and he's got a great little angle going on here. But look, there's another team pushing in extremely fast as the fight's breaking out right now. You have to wrap this up quickly.
It might be Josh, Magma, and Causers trying to float their way in, and they're already there, right on top of all this action. Up above, trying to sneak away some shots. Even with elimination in down, they're not able to clean it up just yet. It's gotten a little bit more risky on the other side. It's a 2v1 situation. Clix showing no fear, just putting a good amount of damage onto both of those players, knowing that he does have the backup. Higgs, Yamzo have now entered the fray, but both of those eliminations get stolen away, and it's not just the loot, it's the points.
They lost the points as well, and then the body must have been picked up. That is so unfortunate. And then look at who's here. Taki, Ishu, and Ver, and that's a good trio. We saw how they managed to really fend off Clix just in the last game. All of a sudden coming through, little ambush opener onto Yamza, but Yamza too fast on the draw there, ends up kind of escaping. So Higgs, Yamza, Clix have another chance now to find a fresh set of eliminations, but they're not really happy with the way this is all unfolding. So that's 12 points that just slipped through their fingertips.
And then you add in the amount of builds they expended, the resources that they've used, and they weren't really able to get any of that back. And now they're almost stuck in this position. One team on one side, another one on the other. But they're still doing a good job of making sure that nobody can advance their position. Nobody can start to build confidence. But there's another one off the side of the mountain, Curve, Shadow, and Tyler, that they might have to worry about soon, especially if they disengage into that direction.
Look, they ended up finding Polis there. Magma's trio. Now Higgs, Yamzo, Clix kind of get the situation. They say, okay, seems like they just got the full finish. Trying to kind of break out this side angle here. Not too sure whose builds these are. Higgs not trusting it at all. He's trying to see if there's still that one left. Where's that down player is what he's thinking about right here.
Ooh, another cheeky play. Throwing the thermites on the walls. Let it do the damage for you. That way, if anybody is sneaking or hiding around, it might take some time, but their position will be revealed. But that team already disengaged towards the north side. Back over towards Brutal. Boxcars as we tune into Peterbot going down. Ritual once again looking like he's going to save the day. And they're just outside of Crime City. Cold is converging on that location as well. So even with Peterbot going down, it's not going to be too many worries for them because he's going to get right back on up.
Got to give a lot of respect to Ritual, really keeping to his word, promising to improve his mechanics, improve his fighting capabilities. In this finals, he has really showed up and pulled out. Take a look though. Peterbot gets into a little bit of a skirmish here and just loses an exchange against Aiden through the wall there. And that's how he ended up getting folded over. A little setback on damage, but not over just yet.
Oof, it's a momentary setback for someone like Peterbot. Most damage in the game by far. Let's tune into Cooper and Curly. No read. He's already down. Zone pulling on over towards the eastern side overall. And this is with those splashes. They're just going to try to disengage on out. They know Flooded Frog's uncontested, especially with the zone moving in the opposite direction. As long as they have that reboot card, it's going to be no worries for them to go ahead and try to get Reap back up. But there's a full trio behind him, chasing him down. Creon, Noisy, Tony. They don't want to let those 2 eliminations go for free because assuming they already got the one on Reap, they know they have the advantage here.
I was gonna say, I feel like we were due for a little bit of a scrappy game from some of our top performers, but I wouldn't have thought all 3 of our top 3 teams were gonna be having a bit of a hard time here come game 10. This is a halfway mark of day 2. Traditionally, the big teams start to break away here with a, overwhelmingly consistent. But Cooper, Curly, Reap find themselves on the back foot right now. Pressure coming in from Creon as they look to advance forward. Big tags coming in, but the pressure starting to mount here. Cooper jumps to low ground. More tags from another trio. This is Hound's trio now looking inwards. All things are not looking good right now for Cooper and Curly, who just came off the last game victory royale, but now all the way forced into a worse position, and they get finished. Collapsed on by the hands of Creon, Tony, and Noisy, while Cirque and Hellhound just watch in the distance.
That is just so terrible for Reek, Cooper, and Curly. And you look down that leaderboard, Visual with Braids and Diminish. They're already in the conversation with the Global Championship bubble spot. But then you got Muzz, Yapko, Rise. That made it easier for them to catch up. Rapid, Booga, and Threats, them as well, over the 400-point mark. And so now everybody else on that leaderboard within contention for that spot has just been granted a little bit of a miracle, but 26 teams still left alive. Don't start getting points until top 17, and then they start to cascade in with every team that does go down. So there's still a long road ahead of some of those teams looking to get inside of the bubble. Clicks, Higgs, and Yamzo rotating late out of their Lone Wolf lair. This time around, just like in game number 1, they're going to backtrack on over to that black market. They're assuming and hoping all of these teams have already rotated away out of this spot so they can have ease of access to the black market.
Yeah, their timing perfect too. The team is just moving out of it as they are showing up. Braids, Visuals, and Diminish. Kind of mixing it up here, taking a little bit more of a scenic route. Not in any kind of worry or, overly dangerous position. Whereas last game they found themselves, as one of the few kind of playing deep in the storm there, pushed by different trios and whatnot. This is another one of those moments too, Jacob, where teams find themselves in a race, right? For like a top prestigious podium finish for the first time in their careers. And sometimes, again, that pressure, you just don't know how you're going to react when you're in those moments. And this is their time now.
I kind of like the way you said that because you can practice in scrims. You can kind of practice, depending on how you look at the divisional cups, open style tournaments, but there's almost no practice you can actually get for what it feels like to be in an FNCS major finals lobby with some of the best players in the region. Some strategies, some plays that you thought was easy that can take you from one round to the next may not necessarily work out here or be much harder to pull off. As it does look like the zone is pulling further and further over towards Seaport being a focal point of the actual zone, so that makes it a little bit easier for Threats, Booga, and Rapid, not only to get their surge, but position well as they have multiple bases around this side of the map.
Yeah, just think about it. Imagine queuing into the game is just thinking about what's on the line, right? $100,000 global championship spot. It's not easy. You're gonna be feeling the nerves undoubtedly, regardless of how good you are. Ooh, good tags here for Threats as he kind of sets things up. Seems to be pretty content with the situation he's got going on. He's gonna double back here now.
Yeah, with the zone closing up, pulling over, they're probably just trying to converge in one spot, one building. Make it a little bit less risky for any team to get a knock and push over for the elimination. But still fighting deep in the zone, north side of the map. Taki, Isho, Vert versus Noah, Kazes, and Chaos Gaming. And Taki has a huge chunk of shields missing, and that's where they're going to converge, drop the Water Sprite, the Gold Splash, get the HP and shield back on up. And now they have that swing speed has increased, and they're just trying to break their way down, get as much control as possible. Noah and Chaos looking like they're playing a little bit defensive here for my liking. crouching down, trying to hide the visual audios and try to sneak a play or a big shot on Ataki, Isho, and Vert, who absolutely need this fight. You see they're 268 below the damage threshold.
I respect Taki just taking a little minute to farm up some mats there. Just desperate here. The fight's starting to go the distance, but they lose Ishu. They just don't have time. They don't have time to let this zone close right now. They really need to end this fight as soon as possible, but punishment starting to come in here. Still, they've yet to find the tag that they're looking for. The slow play, the defensive play from Kaz's. Noah plays in Chaos Gaming starting to rack up here now.
Funny enough about this situation, if you look at like all the HP on that full trio down below, it still might not be enough to deal with the storm surge that they're going through now, especially in the next zone where the threshold will increase. So they're definitely on the clock, something that you mentioned. And that time is ticking very, very fast. 259, even though they got the piece up above. Kaz is the one that's getting the shots. He's able to get the knock on to Vert. They actually trade, but now Taki's put in a tough situation. He's trying to drop down, get the builds, whatever heals that he can, but it was not his siphon. So Taki, Isho, and Vert will go down. And Noah as well. Even with elimination onto Kaz's, this just got difficult for Chaos, Noah, and Kaz's.
Yeah, you saw the points being lost there due to the surge, but jumping in with Peterbot's team here. They just caught an elimination off the Cyrus. They seem to just keep finding these cheeky free points here on the edge of the storm just by being in the right position at the right time. This time it's Cyrus who falls. Just caught out, having a struggle of a rotate through the zone. And it's perfect too. Look, this is the way to the new zone as it just pulled north. So couldn't have been a better time for Peterbot's trio. But just as they're only 594 above, they're recognizing, hey, we're not out of the woods just yet. A little more work to do here.
And they're not in any realistic rush because more times than not, we see them rotating into the zone. You already see one player, probably Ritual, already making his way on over on the train tracks, just trying to get as much information, the awareness of where these players are at, what type of sacrifices you're going to have to make if it is going to mean going into the zone, which wouldn't be surprised me if they did, or if they just brute force their way onto the edge, joining a couple of those other teams on that side overall. Muzz, Rise, Yapko, 512 damage above the threshold. They're in a much more stacked side of the zone, where Peterbot would eventually have to rotate into if they did continue to go straight. And you're seeing the lay of the land. A lot of these teams and players on top of mountains, the edges, so that way they can have as much elevation as possible without investing too many materials.
Ooh. Clicks Higgs and Yamzo finds a team up on the island here. The zone is going to end up pulling that way. They have a couple of options to go for right now. Team's rotating early, starting to get punished in here. It's Noisy and crew. Some good opportunity to farm some damage here and now. You know what? They're going to be able to sit here for a while if they wanted to and just farm every team for damage, really set back these trios. Meanwhile, Visuals, Braids, and Aminish get dropped down on by Muzz and Japko from the high ground there, and they get the finish and they slide on out, content with the refarm. Leftover material there. They pick up what they can, but Visuals and Braids are going to have to play this one out as a duo now. So that third place spot, that comfort, starting to slip away here. Even though last game was a 5th place second, Recooper and Curly's win catapulted them up and over them by 40 points. And now it's going to be all the more difficult here as Ruz, Japko, and Rise, our 5th place team, are starting to, again, creep up on them. So this is direct competition here.
Yeah, just under about 60 or so points is the differential, and they're the ones that take them down and left them as a duo. It's Aegis Poyo in a very, very similar spot. No IGL this time around, but at least Acorn can still lend a helping hand. Even while watching on the sidelines, 445 damage above the threshold. You're seeing it around the lobby, some faring much better than others. It's Cold, Ritual, Peterbot. And they're a team, no matter above or below, they don't really let them affect their nerves at all or really dictate the game plan unless they really have no choice. And they get a clean rotation towards the side, just under the island as well.
They're based up right next to Clix's trio. Little do they know, as they kind of swung around the side here. And notice, this was not a good rotate for them. They were at all max cap material. They're about halfway through their reserves right now because they went early, and it's likely because Clix' trio was focusing them first, given that they were one of the few teams to rotate. And look, they all pulled a zone now, but hold up. Pause that story really quickly as Boyo Aquan Majors are finding themselves in absolute shambles territory here. Boyo, the last man standing here for the trio, trying to keep his essential 5th place position alive right now, but how much can he do as he's got a maximum draw pull halfway through the mats here, Jacob? This is not good.
Yeah, this is a nightmare. It's going to be tough. Good thing he does have the materials. He does have the gold splashes and a kneecapper, so he can close the distance in the blink of an eye. But a max pull, never easy for anybody, especially when you have a team just like this, looking so far into the distance from the top of the Shogun's Island. And they're down below Surge 52. There's a lot of opportunity here with this next couple players trying to rotate in, but this is one of those positions where I see you'd think because it's so elevated above everybody else on the map that you can get a lot of Surge, but more times than not I see teams struggle to pick up the damage they need from up there.
A lot harder than it looks. Boyo 562 above, thinking if he needs to fight his way through this one. Opts not to. Player there on the rotate though is going to slow him down. Another one in the box.
Wow.
It's Aviv. Pieces him before he even realizes what happens, but the trio's there to back him up. He still has a couple splashes to work with. Siphon keeping him alive, but no attack in the distance. He has to chug it out, but it's only 10 in the chug. It's not enough, and Boyo's gonna fall prematurely here in game number 10. Higgs, Clix, and Yamzo only have a single elimination. So once again, they have a lot of ground to make up for, but first they have to get to the zone. This is where they play best though. Front side, low ground, early rotates. They know how to do this. They're met with Kanata's resistance on the other side of the wall here.
Yeah, they need to do exactly that. Be a little bit more proactive in getting those eliminations because there's 6 eliminations on the other side. That is not the way to catch up by being a little bit too slow to the punch. Sometimes you just have to take that risk. Skittles are doing the same thing up above, but he goes down for it. Visuals Braid still trying to hold on to their bubble spot in terms of the global championship, but they're 61 below the damage threshold. They know not only do they have to rotate, so many other teams do too as well, and there's the shot that they need onto Phenom. They're going to be above the damage threshold, but not by much. They're still going to be thinking about it in the back of their minds, especially after they continue this rotation. Peterbot Cold Ritual still looking around for any opportunities, but they built a lot of space, so when a team like this tries to jump in the box, they send them right back home.
I was gonna say, if they would have gotten that elim, those would have been the mats that they've been desperately looking for. They haven't been able to find that refresh, even though they secured a couple eliminations. But Hayes is on the other side here. He might be the first target picked up here. The knock comes through, and another team's there. It's Shadow Curve and Tyler who snipe away the mats that they are trying to secure. Gold splashes come out. Meanwhile, on the low ground, Clix is on the move, but Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual are recognizing danger is approaching.
Yep, they're looking up right now. They're seeing high ground team trying to jump across. That's Muzz, that's Rise and Yapko, but Muzz was the one trying to go ahead to the front side of the zone and reconnect them to make sure they're fortified. But we know what happens here. The same old song and dance. The gold splash is out. Peterbot is looking up, trying to put down pressure. Good damage onto Muzz. The confidence is building here for Peterbot and Cold, but it's only momentary because they don't have any materials. This is a challenge that they want to take but can't.
They're already committed. I mean, at this point, they have to finish the job. Cold, Ritual are playing the side angles here while Peterbot's kind of front manning it, but they're out of mats. They're forced to box up collectively, and High Ground barely has anything either, so they're almost playing directly into their hands right now. The zone's going to bounce back, though. This is going to be perfect for Muzz's trio, as this is what they were looking like. Peterbot puts it all on the line, though. He says 7 mats. That's all I need to go up and take this High Ground from you. And Japko gets melted.
That is just insane yet again, but we still have Higgs and Yamzo down below. The space that they created, they're trying to make it work, but Higgs, he looks like he got lost into the fray, trying to reunite. The splashes are coming out, doing what they can to keep him alive. Yamzo is here, trying to take space, but they don't have build monster, so it's all or nothing, and Booga goes down. They find a key elimination, and a refresh that's keeping them going.
And Higgs is still going too. He gets another knock off to Tyler. Yamzo now by himself, fully healthy. Tyler knocked in the box next door. The comms come through. Ianzo's thinking about going for it. He sees the med miss. He sees what's happening. The zone's bouncing back to him. He's got a couple of options here. Another team in the bush in front of him, and he knows that he could go for them as well, but waits for the opportunity. But no, the timing was late, but it doesn't matter. Cole gets set down by Ianzo, and now he is inside the top 5. Here
That was
comes
Cole.
another
That was
free
Ritual.
fire, and another one there too.
Peterbot's down as well. These
Peterbot's
are
down.
the difference-making points here. The eliminations, the placement, but now he's in a tough situation. 3v2, v1 situation here. Iamzo, if he could just get one more elimination, one more placements, they could put him within reach of that top spot, but it's Curve trying to heal off, backside of zone, but he's making a quick dash to the front. Into Iamzo he goes. Haymaker to the outside of the zone. He gets the elimination. Iamzo is second, but it's Donnie, it's Joji, it's Craze. Thieves in the night. They steal away the game.
They may have won the game, but the eyes are on the prize for Zoe, who just went crazy in the end game there alongside X. What a game 10 that was, keeping it so interesting. And it makes you look at the bigger picture. Muzz, Rise, Jacko, one of the only teams we're seeing on the North American region unafraid of going for height, really keeping it so interesting for us there. And then Peterbot consistently willing to kind of contend it as well. Donnie, Crazy, and Joji couldn't have had better timing though as they go up. And look, they didn't even have anything. They were down to scraps, and they find themselves a huge victory royale there, Zeke, in game number 10.
Crazy clutch and a half.
Bro, I'm gonna pass out. Okay. No, we'll talk. We have to talk about Iamzo after the break. Right now, we got to give it Joji, Donnie, Craze, game number 10, the victory royale. At the end of the day, right, we're still playing for prize money. For them to just go ahead and pick up this VR, we've got momentum. We just have to carry that momentum forward, Kelly. If we can do that, we're playing for life-changing amounts of money.
Yeah, and unfortunately, we weren't watching too much of them in the end game there because just so much was happening. But I love that we get a second look right here, and it actually looks like they were able to hold high ground. Obviously, Muzz's trio did eventually go down there, so only holding high ground for a few moments in these final fights. But Donnie, Craze, a duo going up against two solos. Iamzo just putting on such a clinic for the low ground solo clutch. But again, once more, Joji, Donnie, Craze, congratulations on your first victory royale of the tournament.
I mean, 345 points is actually crazy, right? 'Cause, like, once these kind of games happen, we sometimes we forget these teams can get 100 points very, very quickly, right? So I know Zeke was kind of calling out, hey, listen, playing for prize money. Yeah, for sure, right? Jump yourself up a couple of spots, but a couple more games like that, you could potentially maybe squeak into one of those qualifying spots. I don't know, probably too hard. I'm wishful thinking right there. Yeah, we got to imagine to get that victory royale. Remember, they had to have stolen high ground from Peterbot's trio at some point, which is just so interesting. Great win from this trio.
I mean, to jump up now with the 345 points, they're jumping up into 11th place. Top 10 is where we want to be. That's where the money swings start to get crazier and crazier, right? So with 2 games left, they could find themselves, like you're saying, maybe even higher on the standings. For now, we're going to go to a break. When we return, so much to discuss. See you real soon.
Mama win. Mama win.
Turn up the track, going deep, I'm in the zone. You know I'm about to go, harder than hard to go. When the lights shine bright, that's my show. Burn up and see the glow. I'm gonna
how old
make
is
it.
he?
No,
Thou.
forget it. The crown you want is fitted. Take shots, don't miss it. If you miss, you gon' regret it. Before
Maybe.
you crowd, know I'm running
Might be
it
at
all.
Mary.
I'm built up like a pharaoh, now they praying that I fall. Through shadows, been burning through these battles. No weakness in my body, need to know you better ask somebody. Already, I consume the patty, it's plenty. I leave a penny for thoughts about how I'm living. Ay,
My team did good.
going deep, I'm in the zone.
He clutched up and took out the first place team. My team.
Burn up and see the glow. I'm gonna make it. No, it's a rap, got the match built like a pro. You know the legends go harder than audio. When the lights up man. 3-4-3-4, square dance on the floor. This is not a ball, I'm above it all. Start, I see my glow up where you supposed to go. Proceed on the low, can't lose and find the go. Leave me in the zone, I take your mind and then I snatch your soul. Turn up the track, going deep, I'm in the zone. You know I'm about to go, harder than how to go. When the lights shine bright, that's my show. Burn up and see the glow, I'm gonna make it known. I get it, they love my whole steady. Big off, so listen, told you this ain't hypothetical. Answer the call, prove this once and for all. Can't reach me with an arrow, summer nights I never fall. No cattle, the goat don't wear a saddle. Go riders off my body, cut them off, they acting sloppy. Already, I consume the petty. The vision's 2020, believe your eyes are winning. Turn up the track, going deep, I'm in the zone. You know I'm about to go, harder than how to go. When the lights shine bright, that's my show. Burn up and see the glow, I'm gonna make it known. It's a rap, got the match, build like a pro. You know the legends go, harder than audio. When the lights shine bright, that's my show. Burn up and see the glow, I'm gonna make it known. Turn up the track, going deep, I'm in the zone. You know I'm about to go, harder than how to go. When the lights shine bright, that's my show. Burn up and see the glow, I'm gonna make it known.
The points are too close. The points are too close with 2 games left to go. In this last game, Clix Iamzo Pigs. Iamzo left as a solo, back against the wall. Nothing in the inventory. Has to make the play of his career to try and minimize these points, to try and make sure Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual don't pull away farther than they already are. And he does it. I cannot believe that Iamzo, as a solo, ended 2nd place with 8 eliminations. That's a heist. This is the heist season. He just pulled off the biggest heist.
Honestly, I can believe it. I actually asked Kench at the start of the finals this weekend to give me the damage numbers, but only for players from Zone 9 to 12. And Iamzo, unsurprisingly, was number 1. When it comes down to these end games, when it comes down to duo or solo clutching, Iamzo is always the one that we see here on the low ground. Even when he gets down to just a sliver of health, Vivid, he has not stopped yet.
The names that are popping up when he hits those shotgun shots, one of the most important ones there, being on to Cold. I mean, who could write it any better? As a solo, duo left alive on Peterbot Trio. They're trying to spray into my box. Boom, 1 pump to go ahead and save the game. Kanata tries getting in my box too. 1 pump there as well. The clutch to keep us this close on the leaderboard, 16 points. What an absolute cinema masterclass by Iamzo right there. But we got to talk about it. Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual, 5th place, 9 eliminations, still racking up the eliminations on the leaderboard, right? 89 total eliminations. It's insane how many of their points are coming from them.
Oh, yeah, and we knew that they were going to be elimination heavy, but something that I really appreciate from them and that you were appreciating as well, Vivid, is that they are one of the only trios that is really pressuring height, and we can see just how successful that can be when you play it right. But another thing we noticed is that they had no builds when they were pressuring height.
Yeah.
Staying onto the second high ground could have been an opportunity for them to kind of take some shots on the low ground, hopefully get a refresh, but still going on the aggressive. It obviously wasn't exactly what they wanted, but with how many eliminations they came out with, still seems to be a pretty positive turnaround.
The standings, bring them back. We got to tell more of this crazy story. Remember, Peterbot, Cold, Ritual, they've already qualified. So right now, if everything stopped, we're looking at a top 4 finish to earn one of the 3 spots, go to the Global Championships. Keep in mind, though, Hoyo is not that far away right now. 7th place. He could look to strike. And I mean, if we look at the points from 3rd all the way down to 10th, right? This is still possible. I would say like 9th. All right, let's be realistic a little bit, Zeke. Sorry about that, Zeke. 9th place to 3rd place. Anything can still happen. A single interaction, a single failed move, a single failed edit could mean a trio in these top 10 could fall, and then everyone else will desperately be trying to claw their way up these standings. It is not only unbelievable at the very top, we have this back and forth. Peterbot trying to reclaim from, you know, last major, he got a second place. He wants the first place again. Clix trying to get that first championship title, right? But everywhere else, look how close this is, and there's still the Poyo factor. Poyo could still look to strike, and then suddenly we're looking at a top 5, Kelly. My stress levels are through the roof.
Yeah, there is honestly just so many different stories that are going on right now. It's not just a story of who's going to get first. It's not just the story of can Clix finally win his victory royale. It's not, or his finals. It's not just the story of can Peterbot reclaim his former glory. There is so much going on here, and the team that we keep looking at time and time again, Rise, Muzz, and Yapko, yet to punch their ticket to the global championships. But we all know that there's no way this trio just can't make it to the global champions, especially after what we've seen this weekend. Their ability to hold high ground, their ability to control low ground, regardless of what position they're in, Vivid, they always come out on top.
And I love the fact that you're kind of pointing out positions that they're in. Why don't we go ahead and talk about real quick before we jump into game number 11, Reet, Cooper, and Curly. They went down early, and I was like, oh, that's so bad for the qual spot. Still in third, that blanket that they had kind of going into that game, saving them right there. They got to pick things back up and hold on to that qual spot.
That's exactly the point, right? They can't, something like that can't happen to any of these trios in the top 10. It is a time, once again, 2 games left to go. Jacob PR, MDF, back over to you.
This is instantly at the top of my list for most entertaining FNCSs ever. Doesn't matter the region, Monster. We only have 2 games left of this tournament.
Yeah, look, the way that this story is unfolding right here, the race between Clix and Peterbot and their teams is absolutely incredible. I mean, last game though, 33rd place team decided to kind of split their drop and give them something else to think about. So if Zeke is feeling the pressure, imagine the players right now. Anything can happen as game number 11 kicks off. All right, game 11, Jacob. We're kicking this one off, bro. It is all or nothing now. This is the moment, Jacob, where they have to kind of set the stage and set it up for themselves and ride this thing out to the very end.
Man, I know you accumulate points throughout these 12 games of the tournament, but you know as well as I do, when players look back at an event and they lose, whether it's 1 point or 30, it's usually the last 2 matches that it really boils down to. And we're in those last 2 matches. One mistake could cost you everything at the top of the leaderboard with Clix versus Peterbot. One mistake could cost you a global championship spot with everybody all the way down to the top 10. And this is going to be a nail-biter finish, but they're contested again, and this time it's Fallen and his full trio.
Yeah, you know what? Like, Iamzo, Clix, and Higgs don't have the problem of a team land on them, but you saw that 33rd place team, Fallen, just landed on Cold again, right? But they get the elimination. That means they're getting those quick points and that extra damage. If anything, they're almost propping up the fact that Peterbot and Cold and Ritual now get kind of an advantage, right? A little bit more of that point lead that, let's be honest, Clix's team has really worked hard to try to build. They've had to go above and beyond just to start closing that gap, and they're only 10 points away.
The crazy thing that has me laughing right now is usually when a team contests them, they all kind of converge back. They leave the train to go elsewhere because they want to make sure they all stay alive. 3v1, Cold did not need a single teammate to kind of backtrack into Crime City right away. They still continued on looting that train. They got the mythic pump. You know they're going to be able to grab that medallion. And now Ritual finally returned back towards Crime City just to kind of figure out where all these players are at. They didn't even change a thing while getting contested.
Yeah, you can see just no sweat, right? They're like, don't worry about it. We got this team on lock. We're good right here. Take your time, get your loot together. Ritual comes back to just play a little bit of support, but I think they're going to wait for their, I was just going to say, to get themselves super situated and then likely collapse on this trio. Peterbot just getting straight to looking to fish for tags. Nothing available as of right now, so the team that's left inside of Crime City might be the first that they jump on.
Yeah, and that's going to be a chance now. Footsteps are there. Cold once again landing a huge shot onto Fallen. Noob Nitro is there as well. 2v2 situation that's quickly going to become a 3v2 as soon as Peterbot makes his way on over, and he is there. Welcome him to the fight because now he's on attack mode. Cold, couple missed edits, so that's not going to slow him down, especially with a flank coming in from Fallen. Ritual is there to alleviate some of that pressure. Now it's a 3v1. And I might not be the best at math, but 3 is definitely better than 1, especially when they know exactly where Noob Nitro is at. Ritual this time is going to be one leading the charge.
That's right, and think about it. These are 8 points they're securing right now, so pivotal moment right now for Cold, Peterbot, and Ritual as far as the overall tournament race is concerned. Put right in the dumpster there, and just like that, that's 2 elims now for Peterbot here at the Crime City. It doesn't really throw them off, right? Because it didn't go the distance. This is not a team that put up much resistance here at the drop, so Peterbot's team is probably feeling pretty good about that one.
And it's small eliminations like that in a race this close that can prove to be the difference makers. Curve, Shadow, Tyler pushing up on towards the fight. Backside of Demon's Dojo on top of that hill. There is a full team position up there. I think Taki, Ishao, and Vert. And right now, they do have a little bit of advantage in terms of elevation, but that one's quickly going out the window, and now they're just getting chased down. They have the pressure. They chop Vert down back into his teammate's box. And now they're continuing to put down pressure with his elevation advantage. Shadow's pushing up. I can expect him to try to steal away some of those pieces as he inches closer.
This little exchange here. Shadow, Tyler, and Curve looking for a lead before they set up the collapse here. You know, Taki, Isha, and Vert, I was just going to say, this is no pushover trio. I think they're recognizing that, hey, wait a second, this team might be above average for what it's worth. Looking at the points earned on the day for Shadow, Tyler, and Curve, overall, they've been relatively competitive. Last game, they finished 3rd with 9th place. I know we put so much focus in on some of the other trios, obviously, but today has been a great day for Shadow, Curve, and Tyler as they are in a race right now for a global championship spot. They're one of the few trios in that conversation.
There's Click.
Back on over to Flooded Frogs. This is a pretty significant setup happening right now. Reek, Cooper, and Curly have to be on edge here. Little do they know, they've gotten into a lot of fights here at the Flooded Frogs, but never against Iamzo, Clicks, and Higgs, who have actually initiated the fight.
This is kind of dangerous for both of these teams. Clicks, Iamzo, Higgs. If they go down here, you can almost guarantee they're not going to be able to get that first place spot, barring any miracles. But Reek, Cooper, and Curly on the other side, if they go down here, that means their global championship spot is on the line in their last and final game of the day. I believe it was only about a 45-point difference between Muzz and that 3rd spot on the qualification spot. Only 64 points between Muzz and Reek, Cooper, and Curly.
Oh, Cooper stepping up right now. Clicks, Iamzo, and Higgs backing off after the ambush was unsuccessful. And I wonder if Cooper, Reek, and Curly are going to kind of pick up the fact that this is Clicks' trio. Remember, they've gotten into a lot of fights here, right? Against teams not as notable. So their confidence could be misreading the situation since Curly did end up surviving. But it seems like they're not going to take it personal. They're going to be content with the back and forth and kind of call it off for now. But a very close call as they rotate into another team. Wait a second. That could be bad for Clicks' trio now.
Yeah, especially since they took damage on the way out as well. So they're already weak, just like you said, rotating into another team. As we jump on board Braids, Visuals, and a minished 4th place when it comes to the overall leaderboard, which means they would grab that 3rd spot for the global championship. But 2 games left. They still need to close it out. And already you see 4 eliminations. And I was watching the feed. There's one way to get that mythic drum gun. There's one team you have to go through, which leads me to believe that Bucky, Okus, and Cam are down in some way, shape, or form, if not already back in the lobby.
Yeah, tough position to be in. They've been kind of middling in the competition. They've had a few moments to break away, but nothing significant just yet. Clicks, Iamzo, and Higgs, though. Here's the full update. Back to Lone Wolf Lair they go. Team hot on their heels here. As Dozier and his trio were the one that kind of caught them off guard there for a moment. But this is a full-on reset angle. for this team right now. Don't blame them at all. Thinking about Visuals, Braids, and Diminish, though, those 4 elims puts them neck and neck with Reek, Cooper, and Curly now. So already they've kind of sealed the gap there just a tad bit, breaking themselves ever so slightly away from Muzzjack on Rise, or fighting for that position as well. Global Championship is on the line here. Do keep in mind this major is going to be the largest as far as the qualification spots to globals are concerned. There are 3 spots in the air here for NA Central.
And this team is just outside of that bubble. I believe 57 points down from entering into that top 4, which Peterbot Cold and Ritual would mean a spot would roll down. And that's the thing. They were playing so well yesterday, so consistent. Talk about out of all the games that they've had yesterday, it was just kind of in and out. They were able to get some big eliminations. They closed the day off with something special. And then today is where they find themselves a little bit of trouble. 5th place, 6th place. And then it was that 16th place with no eliminations 2 games ago. They were only able to net 2 points for that placement. And that's what really stopped their trajectory from keeping themselves inside of that bubble.
Gotta stay in the conversation. Cooper, Reed, and Curly. See from their kind of loadout situation. Not too much ammunition here on Cooper's side. A lot to be desired. Curly on the other side. Definitely a lot better, so should be more than ample for this mid-game to come. Look, they're looking around. They're trying to see if there's any stragglers, any last-minute teams here, but not a player in sight. So much different kind of dynamic happening here.
Yeah, we were talking about throughout the day, you know, a team pushing over to another team or even changing their drop spot, what that does the course of the game. Now, what does that do with Clix, Yamzo, and Higgs pushing on over, not allowing them to get the surge for the teams that did have to rotate by from that northwest corner of the map. So that's a lost opportunity there for them. Let's see how they're going to be able to pick up the pace with the zone moving over in this direction. Agers, Acorn, Poyo, uncontested throughout the day. And they did pull off a victory royale, Monster. They did show that they have the potential to pop off, but even leading up to this major in the group stages, you saw a couple of struggles, and I thought things would have been figured out by then. But with 2 games left, they can still has a good chance to make a good amount of money. And I wouldn't say it's like life-changing for a team that's already won a major, but it's definitely going to allow them to take a good vacation.
Yep, and again, always pad the stats, right? Like, gotta keep the history looking tight. Everyone will hold it against you either way. Looking at the zone here, very reminiscent of the entire kind of weekend.
Just taking it one step further on the other side, not just a ramp up, curved it to the side. Making sure they get as many lines of sights as possible. We know no one's over there for now, but Poyo just waiting, making sure that nobody's going to pop off and get a position behind them in zone as they go to rotate in. Peterbot Cold Ritual still with those 2 eliminations from the early game, looting up what's left over from the black market. Just trying to grab some extra heals, some extra loot to take them farther. And with that gold, they're able to upgrade their shotgun loaded as well from purple to gold. It's definitely going to hit harder.
Makes a huge difference there. Every little bit of advantage. Higgs, Yamzo, and Clix, though, rotating into Japco, Muzz, and Rise right now, who, by the way, have had extremely key positioning this entire Day 2 tournament. Not a single time we've seen them out of position. This is the first time they're kind of not at a super prime location, but they have a several amount of eliminations, so it seems like they've just gotten out of one.
He almost forced to slow pay things at the edge of that mountain. But they realize the team is up there, even with trading shots back and forth. They're just going to continue to move towards the north side, figure out a way in from there.
They find a solo? I think Clix's team might have just found a solo as they moved to the north there. Someone kind of lurking about here.
Oh, he's in the bush.
Chaos Gaming in the bush. Okay, it makes sense as to why they were kind of looking around.
They're all rotating through there too. Chaos is probably like nervous. No, don't see me. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. He's not even moving to make sure that they ran past him far enough. He's just going to wait until his audio visuals go away, cross his fingers. And it really kind of... How many heals does he have in his inventory? Because, you know, he has almost no choice but to go back into zone, maybe towards Lone Wolf Lair to try to get those reboots, if he even has the cards.
Yamso, Clix, and Higgs, though, just trying to rotate right now. Meanwhile, Peterbot, Ritual, and Cold met with a lot of resistance here on the outer edge of zone. Where's the white heals, though? I'm asking myself here. Peterbot doesn't seem like they have any. They have to double back right now. And they're in a race against the clock. Cold is also lit up. Meanwhile, Higgs, Clix, and Yamso find a little bit of a break. A little bit of a moment here to find a elimination and some extra material to go the distance here for the mid game.
And that Sentinel Pup upgrade for Higgs. He was walking around with an Infiltrator, which, yeah, can do some damage from far away. But you know, way a team like this fights, you want to go ahead and get the Sentinel Pump. Any variation at this point, what's really going to be in their minds. Water Sprite going down, the last of the heals. And this is where they got to be careful. With that elimination, they now have the option and flexibility to kind of bypass the black market altogether. It is just outside of zone, and you see 2 teams nearby as well. So they really have just a few options thanks to that early game aggression and being able to pick up that one elimination. But Peterbot on the other side, from fight to fight, they got that first elimination, and now they almost have Josh boxed up. Either way, he's going to get knocked down. And that's going to be a full-on cleanup. And you see in the distance, just on one of those mountains just outside Foxy Floodgates, it was the solo player. He has to watch his teammate go down and figure out how is he going to get him back into the game safely.
Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual, it was looking super dicey for a moment there, but they just had enough time to bounce back and then live off the siphons. Way to keep it close. Well, as Japco and Rise had 2 elims right now, but how did they pick them up? You might be wondering. There it is.
Really just catching some solos, separated from each other, already weak, already hurt, with really nothing left to heal up. It's those little points. Now it's going to help them a little bit with their damage from Surge. Not much, because you know those players were weak. But you already see the split up right now. Rise is on the north side of Brutal Boxcars, trying to look, find some players on the whole north side of the map. Down below on the south side is going to be Muzz and Yapko. They have that Mountain Rage to look after, so it's not going to be easy damage for them.
Magic Moss is looking a little messy right now. Taki, Isho, and Vert, that trio right there. The scanner comes out. Who else do we have here? Vive and Chimp. Chimp just gets blasted by, I think it was Vert's trio on the low ground. It wasn't even Yamso, Clix, or Higgs. If it was, they would have surely jumped on that. They're sizing up the competition. They're, I guess, noticing that this team's being a little passive. So out comes the splash. Up they go. The piece. Yamso with the failed miss, but no biggie there. Chimp and Aviv are just trying to heal here. The information is through. They know this is a 2-man team. This is perfect for Yamso, Clix, and Higgs, who need these points right now. No team around to chop them down either. I was a little concerned that Vertstro might take advantage of it, but no, they're already gone for the rotate here.
Yeah, they went east and just really haven't looked back. They know how far some of these bones have been pulling, so they're trying to take advantage of that. As Chip tries to break his way in, he immediately gets taken out. Vive doing some damage, but it's really not going to be enough. Odds were truly stacked against him. Clix, Yamso, and Higgs pick up their 4th elimination of the game. Almost 900 damage above the threshold, and another pile of loot to claim as their own.
Now this just sets them up even once again with Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual, for anyone keeping count of the elims there. Reed Cooper and Curly, after that close call, have now officially moved into kind of the pump power territory. But look at the zone popping once again down to the mountains. Man, yesterday was all Magic Mosses. Today, these mountains are just getting all types of love right now.
I just feel for Taki, Isho, and Vert. They were rotating to the east, thinking it was going to pull in that direction. You see them in pump power now, really unable to safely get out because they're contested. Reek, Cooper, Curly being proactive. They're trying to rotate quick because we saw where they went, staying extra long in flooded frogs, rotating towards the east. And as soon as the zone pulled, I feel like they were one of the first teams to move.
Gotta be quick to move here. Looks like Reed's, Curly, and Cooper's timing here was perfect, though. To get right into the mountain here. Not too much pressure from up top. Decay and Cynics is the trio set up there. Braids, Diminish, and Visuals for Elim, still riding the momentum of that huge early game that they had. And, you know, looking at Cynics, Polar, and Decay, the last couple of games have just fallen out of their favor, but they've had a couple of moments of greatness after yesterday's kickoff tournament. And coming into today, it just seems like their strategy is not quite connecting, but they are in the higher ground, so do keep that in mind. Clicks, Eonzo, Higgs in another fight, though. What is happening here? Why did this one break out? Well, it seems like it was Chaos Gaming trying to play for some kind of cheeky storm rotate, but caught out here. Eonzo, Higgs, and Clicks nearly sent back to the lobby, forced to use one of those very prestigious med mists. Now think about it. They use these up early, then they can't use them to play frontside zone the way they enjoy doing. So this is going to be an important moment. And oh, no surprise, this is exactly where they last left Chaos Gaming, by the way. In this river bend around these bushes. So you must have just been moving. And look who's in the distance there, Jacob. It's Peterbot's trio on the edge, who's just now starting to rotate.
I just heard the pain of the entire lobby right now as the zone pulled over towards Brutal Boxcars. Luckily this time around, like I believe one of our zones yesterday, there's a lot of open space down the edge on the north side of the mountain overall where teams are going to be able to pick and choose, kind of cross their fingers. Hopefully it pulls north, east, or west and not south. Called Peterbot and Ritual. They got themselves a little bit of an edge on the western side. No real elevation, but they're a team that, you know, whether if it's the 7th zone, 8th zone, 9th zone, if they want high ground, they're going to take it regardless of their material count. Especially, that's what last game proved us. And with everybody kind of stacking this western side of the zone and the south side of the zone, they do have a little bit of priority and comfort knowing that there's not too many teams that can challenge them on this edge.
But here's the thing, it's zones like this that if it pulls the wrong way, starts costing you all of your material. Sets you up for a bad end game. Peterbot, the only one that's still capped on this trio, so they're not too far behind here. And look at how Peterbot hunting for those weakened fresh builds. We had just saw Clix's trio make a move around here too. You can see they're positioned right in between Muzz's trio here. Everyone now desperately waiting for the zone to pop.
Yeah, 30 seconds. If you're above Surge, especially by like 359 like they are, you really don't want to peek. Reset those walls, end up getting 3-2-1, focused by a full team. It's those little things, and that's why you're seeing them just try to gather as much information down below and not really a lot of opportunities going around the entirety of the lobby, or at least not safe ones, forcing some teams probably to go box to box and try to fight their way in. Time has run out for this zone. Let's see where this next one is going to pull towards the south. Again, yeah, not too bad. There is some of the mountain range in there, but most of the lobby just got blessed.
Yeah, Clicks, Higgs, and Eonzo recognize they got to fight their way through Muzz's trio, so these shots are almost warning shots, trying to send them off to rotate, but Muzz, Rise, and Japco kind of sticking around right now. Meanwhile, what is happening over here? Reed, Curly, and Cooper have picked up 5 eliminations from when we last left off. A full team wipe onto Hayes' trio here, setting themselves up for a great positioned end game now as well, as they're one of the few teams leading the front side here. They're sitting right above Peterbot's team. Take a look at this quick replay here, Jacob. So much going on here.
You gotta imagine, I saw the little strike of Storm Surge. They were just below the threshold, getting ticked, 25 damage every 7 seconds. So really no choice but to fight the next team and just try to push into their box, but that's gonna do them in. Curly, Reed, and Cooper trying to heal up from that last battle, but you see a lot of shields missing And that means they're going to be in a tough situation here, especially with so many teams nearby. Muzz, Rise, Yapko, they're above the damage threshold as well. But again, missing shields, missing resources, but they're making sure to stay elevated away from everybody else because they know the chaos is what's ensuing down below. It's like quicksand. As soon as you step 1 foot in, you start to sink.
Think about it. They're one of the few teams that have played for high ground. Bugha, Rapid, and Threats have also played consistently for high ground over the course of the weekend when the opportunity has presented itself, and to no surprise here, Zone 8, Zone 9, early high ground take, but they're committed.
And it goes up the side of the mountain, so in theory, as those teams rotate under him, they can try to reconnect time and time again. As Peterbot is being seen in the distance. Clix, Yamzo, Higgs trying to run up, keep control of the front side of the zone, but now they find themselves below the damage threshold, and it's active. You're seeing them already taking a few ticks, 93 below, falling further, but great shots like that from the full trio. They quickly focus, get above the damage threshold, and then rotate right away. This is what they're doing, Monster, to maintain their position on the front side of the zone ahead of all these teams.
Super clean rotate, but damage is what they need right now. Jacko and Cheem, that's a dangerous mistake for them to be trailing behind Clix, Yamzo, and Higgs, but no! Higgs ends up getting caught off guard by the other team they were put in between, and now the shots are starting to come on in. Jacko Muzz take advantage of a little bit of that distraction there. 73 above now. It's up to Clix and Yamzo. This is the first we've seen them as a duo now. But the pressure is on to perform. Placement points are starting to get given out. Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual heating up now. 6 eliminations. Aiden falls to the hands of Peterbot here.
Clix still below the damage threshold. Reed's playing essentially second height, trying to wait for the perfect moment to go up. As Clix finds another elimination onto Yapko. That's their 7th one of the game, going toe-to-toe, Elim for Elim with Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual. The right strategy to try to stay alive, and the zone pulls far away yet again, and they're taking the slow side. They're going to where it opens up and immediately look back. A quick momentary target onto them, but they handle it with ease.
Peterbot's team playing for high ground, though. Look at how they're trying to poise up here. Focusing up, taking teams in the mid-ground for fights. They're really looking to try to position themselves, but the zone kind of goes up and over this mountain, playing off of the little bit of territory that they managed to claim here. Yamzo and Clix, though, in a world of trouble to find Sphinx there, and they are still going. Yamzo flexing here and now, up and over the box. Danger lurking everywhere right now, still trying to just hold these little bits of maps that he has. And he's playing for himself, but no, the full trio jumps in. Yamzo too soon, too early, caught out by Curve and his crew. It's all up to Clix now, top 8 here. Just holding on. How far can he take it? It's his moment. How badly does he want this championship? How badly does he want this title?
Only 20 on the Chug Jug. That's a giveaway. You saw them peeking through. He had to sacrifice 10 of that HP, but without builds, he's at the mercy of his opponents. He lands a good shot, but immediately goes down by Braids. And this is the chance for Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual to start to pick up the lead, but he slides too far down the mountain. He goes down. I saw Tyler fall as well. Cold trying to put in work. He gets the elimination and falls before being able to pick up the Siphon. Now it's all up to Ritual. The points that they need to separate themselves going into the last game of the day, and Ritual falls on top of that. Best case scenario for Clix, Higgs, and Yamzo going into game 12.
Couldn't write a better story here with how close it's been, and look at who is running it up now. Reed, Curly Cooper from the darkness shines a little bit of light. 12 elims right now in the top 3. They are keeping it competitive. They are looking to fight their way to the global championship here and now, and this is a defining moment. Aegis comes down, puts one down, Rapid falls too. Bugha here to try and clutch it up, and it's all down to everything here. Aegis, man behind the wall, bats are coming out, Bugha's on the low ground, Threats is here to back them up, and they win the game, and another victory royale. The first to go for Bugha and Threats there. They kick the tournament off with the win. They get a win coming into game 11, and it just doesn't get better than that for them.
Yeah, with how close the race is for the global spot, that's exactly what they needed. Not only moving up the leaderboard, but starting to build that confidence. You got to give credit to Reed, Cooper, and Curly as well, hanging on to the very last moment. Even Aegis only solo in that top 3, and he still squeaked out of second place.
Rapid, Bugha, and Threats. You got to think about it. They were in 6 coming into this tournament, and we're talking neck and neck with Muzz, Jacko, and Rai. So with that victory right there, that is a big moment for them coming out of Game 11, Zeke. It's just getting more and more competitive. Bugha! That's right! That's my GOAT! I can't believe from 9th zone they had height. And you know, Kelly, it got a little scary for just like 1 second. Like they were like a little too high. But they kind of preemptively planned, right? They were like, hey, we're going to build just a touch higher than normal. And if the zone pulls over this mountain, we're set. It doesn't. They immediately recognize, back off, and go, all right, let's start to close out this game. We want a little bit of victory out before game 12.
I mean, you say you can't believe it, but we saw them do this in game number 1 yesterday.
True.
The Bugha, when they do have height, they do such a good job kind of observing where the zone is pulling, how low ground is kind of holding everything, and they play so appropriately around the rest of the lobby. Big shout outs to Rapid, Bugha, and Threats. They really are the kings of high ground this last week. And I mean, when you have someone like Bugha up on height, and then you have Rapid and Threats just laying down the chaos below, it's only a recipe for success, Vivid.
I mean, this trio is sneaking in or into the top of the leaderboard, right? Threats, obviously, you know, we got Peterbot and Cole. They're putting on quite a clinic, especially in terms of damage dealt. They're going to be first and second, but Threats has been staying close behind them in a close third. We knew Threats. He's like the Amber. He's always known for getting those surge tags, kind of making sure that they're comfortable in making it into the end game right there. Bugha making the calls, IGL, go for the higher gun, always setting this trio up. They seem to always kind of be in that spot to actually build one of those towers up, so that way they can go ahead and at least fight for the high ground. This game didn't have to fight for it as much, and they went ahead and ran away with that, got the victory royale.
Man, I love to see it. A single game left to go before Major 2 concludes. When we return, the standings, and we set ourselves up to see who will be crowned kings or back-to-back champions out of NA. We'll see you after this.
What are you living? What are you wondering?
I took time. I did my breathing exercises. I tried to calm myself down. My tiny little hummingbird heart. And I'm fine for the moment. I'm zen right now. Things are okay. One game left to go in the FNCS Major number 2, Kelly. I'm not stressed at all.
Zeke, what are you doing? I am so stressed right now. Are you kidding me? Look at this standings that we have. Ritual, Cold, and Peterbot, the team that everyone thought was going to walk away in first place for Major 1, trying to reclaim their former glory. Clicks, Higgs, and Iamzo in Major 1 finally break the 4th place curse, and now they're looking to win for the first time ever for all 3 of them. And then, of course, in 3rd place, you got Reet, the global champion of Coop, and then Curly, the new guy, or I should say new guy, because he's doing such a good job right now. There's so much potential. How aren't you freaking out right now? Vivid, something's wrong with Zeke.
Yeah, I was fully expecting him to just go ahead and break out into a Zeke geek, even with all those breathing exercises. But Peterbot, cold, ritual. You guys will just not place outside of the top 10, will ya? 4th place, 10 eliminations. 35-point lead going into game number 12. Now listen, 35 points. I wouldn't say that it's a comfortable one. It's definitely not a comfortable lead, but I think they can work with that. I think they're definitely set up very, very nicely right here to go ahead and win this FNCS. With 35 points, Clicks, Higgs, and Iamzo, that's the team that's trailing them right now. The fact that this is close right now, photo finish going into game number 12, might be the first time that a Vivid freak happens.
Ooh.
So what you're saying?
Down by 35 right now.
What you're saying is we just have them
the
land on each
last
other.
game.
That's it. Let's just
They're
settle it
down
right
by
now.
35.
Let's just take it back to Invitational, Kelly. Let's just do that.
Yeah. I want to see, Peterbot go to Lone Wolf Lair, and then Clicks, they'll be going to Crime City, so they each get each other's POI. But no, I mean, Clicks, Higgs, and Iamzo in that game where they had 5 eliminations, and they were still below Storm Surge. And we know that there's some, let's just say, funky things going on with their drops, and they're dealing with some players that have caused a little bit of issues. For them to have that fall into their lap, Vivid, and still be able to come out on top in the low ground, especially when you have Iamzo pulling out these crazy solo clutches.
36.
I mean, my goodness, what is this final game going to spell for them?
I keep watching these games from both perspectives of each one of the trios that are in 1st and 2nd right now. And for example, right there, Higgs went down. There was like, that would have been like top 14 if the trio went down right there at the same exact time. I'm like, oh my gosh, this is the game, right? This is the game where they falter, be too big of a lead, and then they just don't. The duo 7th place, 8 eliminations. They make sure they keep it competitive. Neither one of these trios will go down. Neither one of them will make that giant mistake that goes ahead and defines the rest of the competition, which again is why we're going into game number 12 and it's even close at all, because of all of the clutches that have been happening.
I think it's fair to say Clicks has qualified to the Global Championships, right? I think it's it's a pretty safe bet. However, there is still a title that he's trying to earn, and it would just be unbelievable to see him win. Now, of course, there's other players as well, like Ray Cooper and Curly. The job's not done, right? We're at a comfortable 666 points, but the job is not done. We still need to make sure we put a few on the board, because what we don't want to do is slip out of that top 4, because again, remember, Peterbot's already qualified, so we're looking at top 4. But still, we just need to put on a little bit more of a performance, and we very well could be securing ourselves a spot, going to globals, and seeing Ray Cooper and Carly there.
This is now the major that you want to make it in. You don't want to have to go through Major 3. There's only 2 spots open, and this is just the best performance we have seen out of Reet and Cooper and Curly in quite some time. Cooper just kind of surprised everyone when he got the global championship, and I actually got to have an interview with him in Major 1 where he's like, I have the trophy, I don't need to prove myself anymore, but yet he comes back for Major 2 and is proving himself once again. This is why I won with Miro. Do not sleep on me, because I'm not done yet.
Yeah, and my eyes are going to be tuned into that 4th place spot. Visual Braids and Diminish, are they going to be able to hold on? Rapid Booga Threats, are they going to be able to steal that qualification spot? I think Muzz, Yapko, and Rise are also close enough to be in contention. Oh gosh, Zeke, game 12.
I was fine, and then you made it more stressful. This is it. One last game out of major number 2. Let's find out how this all concludes together. Casters, for the last time, take it away.
This major's been so entertaining, and Peterbot and Clicks make it even more entertaining. Peterbot literally sending out a photo to his social media of Clicks at the Globals from last year. This is going to be crazy, Jacob, as Game 12 is cooking up right now, and we already know there's one finals on the line, and there are other global championship spots that are being fought for. 3rd and 4th place in particular, as Zeke just set the stage, is not safe at all. So here we have it, Jacob.
Yeah, and you got to think Clicks, Higgs, and Yamzo have all come so close to winning an FNCS before. This is Game 12. Will they achieve that dream? Let's find out. It wasn't too long ago, 2024, Major 3, Higgs, known as Batman Booga back then, they got a 2nd place with Rapid. Iamzo been in this position with Rise. They end up bouncing out of that top position after day 1. Clicks and Veno during duos leading after day 1 as well. Every single one of these guys fell short. But what happens is one setback makes for a greater comeback, and now uncontested. No funny business in this game.
Clicks queuing up with the icon skin as well. Just one final time, letting everyone know who is in the lobby right here as he fights for his very first finals championship here at the FNCS stage, and it just doesn't get any better than that. And you know what? They are just letting go a sigh of relief as they are uncontested. Saw a couple tweets coming out from the woodworks from Sandman the Lid as well, just saying, you know, hey, I'm gonna take train here from Peterbot, Ritual, and Cold, but it seems like they were just messing around, trying to keep us on our toes here. Peterbot, Ritual, and Cold seem to have their strategy going about as usual.
Yeah, kind of everything here the same as almost every other game out the gates. I think Visuals, Braids, and Diminish have somebody set up towards Foxy to try to land some shots over in this direction. Early surge, allowing them flexibility through the early and mid portions of the game, so we don't have to certainly make it too much of a focal point. And that actually isn't diminished. He's going to go ahead and back up. Go ahead and loot that server room, something that they fought for and conditioned this team that if you're going to fight us for it, it is going to be a risk for both of us. And now on the north side of the map, Flooded Frogs, Reet, Cooper, and Curly. They just need to close out, Monster.
They have to stay consistent. They're 60 points ahead right now. However, they need to earn at least an end game. They got to touch those placement points. And we all know that just even last game, right? Teams can mix up their strategy. Clicks and his trio decided to kind of ambush Reet, Cooper, and Curly, almost catching them off guard there for a brief moment, but they got away with it. This is a team that can't get comfortable by any means.
I don't think anybody can truly get comfortable as Booga. Just quickly looting one of those buildings. Just chop it down. It's going to be the easiest way to get everything that you need and more, especially since most of their surge pages are outside of Seaport overall. Just got to go ahead and loot up here in the early game. You talk about like the placements, how they're being separated. 5th place, 575 points, just under Visuals, Braids, and Diminish, who are inside of that bubble in terms of qualifying for the Global Championship at 619 points. Everybody, I think, from 3rd place down, one mistake will ruin your entire FNCS.
Rapid, Batman, Booga, or sorry, Booga and Threats are the only other team to pick up an extra victory out here on the day. Clicks, Higgs, and Iamza being the first to go ahead and do so. That's impressive overall. And even more so impressive is that they're fighting for the global championship spot right now. They're on the bubble conversation. And you got to give credit to any team that is willing to be a high ground team, which is what Rapid, Booga, and Threats have managed to do here on the day.
Okay, learned something new. Didn't get him very far, but it's little tricks as Rapid starts his surge tower to the sky. Looking on over towards the south side of the zone. Poyo, Acorn, Agers, uncontested. Mass Meadows. Poyo's the one that's going to be having a lot of that gold in his inventory. So if he goes down early before being able to access the black market, those are some things you got to be looking at, but they're really going to be relying on him to position himself over on that side of the map, buy a lot of those extra heals, bring him on top of his base, and begin to start accumulating those numbers.
Got to start adding them up. Noisy and Tony, though, sitting outside, possibly in a bush watching the black market here at the Magic Mosses. Clix just getting his kind of loadout together, interior, the entire team. Oh, and they are waiting.
Because
Only
it
two of them,
is... Yeah, it is them, though, Tony, Nosy, and Creon, that they land at Pump Power. And with the changes over there, there's gold, there's dill bits, and they were the ones coming over to this black market more times than Clix, Yamso, and Higgs have even had the opportunity to look in this direction. And they've been the ones taking the loot. Now they hear the noise, another team is in there. It does look like they're just going to let him disengage, though. They probably don't want this early game fight because they, too, want to try to access the black market. But at the last second, they do land some good damage onto Clix. But instead of following up, trying to chase him down, they just go take what is left over.
Another trio on the outskirts as well, kind of looking in, noticing that Clix's team just boxes up here in the center. And now they have an opportunity to either farm for tags in the distance or jump in and take advantage of the weakened team in the middle. It's Taki, Ishu, and Vert. Managed to clash multiple times here today. Muzz, Japko, Rise on the move right now. No strangers to playing early center, but Clix, Yamso, and Higgs getting into a full-on fight right now. Clix tagged up once again here. Backed off to heal. Using those prestigious splashes. A fight breaking off on the other side. And their opportunity here now to find a bunch of elims is definitely starting to open up. They already have one here.
Two right there.
But no, they want to move. This is the pressure starting to set in here. The pressure of winning this major finals. The reality is kicking in here, and instead of sticking around to fight it, they decide that they want to back out. Jacob, what's your thoughts on that?
I think it's just in general, a lot of our top teams on that leaderboard are moving around this map and this game a lot quicker than the 11 games we've seen before. Reek getting an elimination. Peterbot thinking where they're contested, they're quickly moving around. Clix making a beeline to the black market to get the loot that they practiced all season leading up into this major, and then just elimination sprinkled around the map. I think this one might move at a little bit quicker pace up until a certain point where Storm Surge starts to appear, but I even think that Storm Surge might appear just a zone later than some of these previous games.
I wouldn't doubt it. 4 teams already eliminated. Reek, Cooper find themselves 2 elims here on the outskirts of the Whiffy. Not bad at all, given that this is a team that just has to inch their way up to the next threshold. They're so close, yet so far. Easily one of the community's favorites. We've seen him kind of grow up. We've seen him mature and really find his footing. We've seen Cooper rise up from the ash. Just take a look at the highlights here. Finding Natmos there on the outskirts.
What's crazy is
Japko with the early rotate here, Jacob.
What I was about to say is Reek was one of those players along with Epic Whale when West got announced. He was like, yo, I'm going to play with a few players, Enact, Coughs, just try to take a West championship. But there's only one spot that actually qualifies in Major 1. That was Baka Parzan Pump. He goes back on over to Central, doesn't make Major 1. And then now look at him, Monster. He's in a position to go to the Global Championships as Muzz, Rise, Yapko also getting aggressive. And just one thing I know for certain in this game, with how close the leaderboard is, it might come down to points. Monster, what is this?
I was gonna say, forget the points, Jacob. We got the clash that we've been looking for. Clix's team pushing to the Crime City. We knew this was gonna be a potential option. We called it at the start of the show. Could it be that Clix, Yamso, and Higgs are gonna wait to the last game to bring it to Peterbot and have them on the run? And they're doing just that right now, but Cold is so smart. He's going for that natural high ground right now, playing towards the market. They understand that they have the advantage on this side. That positioning is going to be key here. Yamso, Higgs, and Clix nearly catch them off guard there, but you know they're not going to let this one slide.
It's a dangerous game they're playing here, boys. The top 2 teams going at it, and rightfully so. If Clix, Higgs, and Yamso were to go down right now at this point in the game with 0 eliminations, which they have 1, they're still going to lock in their second place, so they have almost nothing to lose and everything to gain in this situation. by trying to hunt down Peterbot. And it's
Peterbot
just
knows
kind of crazy how the tables turned because the hunted have now become the hunted. Said that wrong.
Don't
but oh well.
count it out.
God,
Peterbot
yeah,
knows what's going on. He knows he's got nothing to lose. He knows that if he takes him down, this is
No,
where
no,
it
they're still
all
in the game.
is
They
coming
try to
down
sneak
to.
up
So
on it, because if they
Peterbot,
take out
Ritual
Peterbot
Cold
now,
looking to kick this off.
they have a
Peterbot
chance
going
to
for the
win.
side angle. Cold
But Peterbot
going for
is
the
literally
right.
going after
And
clicks
this is
now.
where they
Oh my
play
God.
best, being aggressive.
first
But
and second
they sniff him
teams are
out for a
literally
second there.
battling
They
like
have
a
a little
second.
bit of high ground. Here comes the
I got being
Bold
so
splash
serious.
set up.
Come
Pay
on,
attention.
guys.
Clicks is moving to the outskirts as well. They
Come
have
on,
to play
Click.
for angles. This is extremely high level
Again.
Fortnite at the works here. Hold, finds the Yamzo. Kind of doubles back.
It's a lot
3v2
of
now.
damage onto Clicks. And this is where the tables might turn around just a little bit because they have a little bit of elevation. They have the team cowering underneath, playing defensively. And you talked about how advantageous that actually is, but these third-party shots coming in is going to force Peterbot and Cold and Ritual to disengage only momentarily, though, because this is something that we saw to end the day yesterday, and it was zone after zone after zone. They chased him down not once, but multiple times, eliminated throughout the game.
Here's a problem. If you allow Peterbot and their team to kind of gather their bearings, get their material counts back up to a strong position, it's just going to be disastrous for Yamzo, Clicks, and Higgs. So they have to make a move here. They can't sit idle for too much longer. And like we said, Peterbot plays best when he is the one pushing. Notice how when they're getting pushed, right, and they're playing on the heels, they're playing on the back foot, he doesn't look as good. They don't look as good getting pushed back.
It's one of the first times we've really seen them on the back foot. It was only for a quick moment there in that situation, but it almost even seems like Cold, Ritual, and Peterbot, they're not necessarily just running as you saw them go back onto the mountain of Crime City and then charge back as the aggressors. They're just making sure that they are in the position that they want if they are going to take the fight. They're not taking it under anybody else's standards, under anybody else's say. And I think that's why they're making the smart decision, because while all this is going down, different strategies for both of these teams, no surge bases, which means in theory they could be below the surge threshold or more further down than they would hope to be.
Oh, for sure. But look at the player count, right? This game, we knew undoubtedly was going to move a little faster, so they do get to have a little bit of a moment, right, to kind of situate themselves. However, once we start getting into that mid game and the next thresholds begin to appear, it's going to become more and more apparent, right, that this is a team that will have to work for it. Clicks, Higgs, and Yamzo double back to the market here, though. A little bit of leftover goods from teams prior for Peterbot. Cooper, Ree, and Curly, though, just getting active. Another elimination, stepping themselves one more giant leap towards the global championship stage here. Very impressive overall. You got to give tons of respect and credit to this team that just, again, formulated out of nowhere, picking up Curly here. A great addition. Oh, but look at this. Peterbot's got his eyes on him.
I'm almost getting that feeling of deja vu because it was in Group 1. We were watching them kind of dismantle the lobbies, particularly in games 4 and 5. And I was thinking to myself, oh man, how many FNCSs did they just ruin by bulldozing these teams? And that was a possible another one of those chances if they were to take down Reek, Cooper, and Curly. They can only sit by and wait and hope that their points stand. This Clicks, Yamzo, and Higgs pick up their second elimination of the game, something that's needed because they're staggering farther back, which means they haven't been able to get the damage. And then the heals on top of that they need to make sure that they're healthy when they exit the zone, and that's how they picked it up. 3v1, all angles secured.
Game 12, FNCS Finals Major 2 has been nothing short of exceptional.
Come on, guys. Quicks, you got
And it doesn't matter who you're rooting for. It doesn't matter who you are a fan of. The way that these trios have managed to play today, the willingness to push one another and kind of test the skills, test the boundaries of each other is what has made this an absolutely incredible FNCS, and it is still ongoing here. Clicks, Higgs, and Yamzo do have 2 eliminations. Keep in mind, Peterbot's trio doesn't have any, so that point gap is starting to close. Mudjack on Rise, end up losing one. This is not looking good right now. It's a full-on fight here. Pressure coming in from Broken and Liam here on the low ground, but the edit from Muzz is nice. Not a big enough tag to give him a huge advantage here. Liam now pushing a wall. Muzz super quick with the layer changes here, Jacob.
Yeah, he's doing a good job of keeping them guessing while still attacking from different angles, but he finally backtracked, reunites with Yapko. Down goes the Water Sprite. And the longer this fight goes, both of these trios are going to have to start thinking, is it going to be worth it? Do we disengage out? Especially the one that is going to be on the high ground. They have the overall say, and down goes the Thermite. And even though it's not big damage, they at least kind of get a feel of where Yapko's positioned at along with Muzz as they continue to fire and keep pushing pressure down as Yapko's shields go out the window. Muzz is feeling the pressure, forced to converge onto the low ground, build some extra space. And there's isolated right now. Oh,
Curly's
no.
down. Third place might be on a lifeline right now. Muzz, Japco, and Rise just have to kind of hold in. There might be 2 spots opening up for the global championship here. Japco's hurt. Muzz has to hold it down now, but they've been on the retreat this entire time. The pressure from Broken is starting to build up here. Muzz looking for an escape plan. Down they go, out to the side. No mats to really work with, though. This is all but dangerous. A very risky play to fully disengage here, but they do it. They get inside of the facility here and now, and the team up top kind of eases off. What is going on here? Game 12 really is kind of tossed in the air right now.
Yeah, and it kind of makes me wonder because while all this was going down, well, this is how it started. Rise was the one caught off guard, not even in a bush, just on the side of a mountain. But while all that was going down, you said Reet had went down. I noticed in the feed Cooper had went down as well. So just like the game that they won, it's really going to be in Curly's hands to try to get the team back up so that way they can hold on to their spot. Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual 16 below. We talked about the changes to start the game, them getting pushed by Clix, Yamzo, and Higgs. Now look what it has done to them. No elimination, 16 below the damage threshold, and forced to make their way to fight another team.
And we got that official update there. Third place is down and out. Reed's team fully eliminated at 682. That's going to be the cutoff. Iamzo, Clix, and Higgs, though, in a box fight right now below the surge here at the Seaport City. And guess who is showing up right now? Cold, Ritual, and Peterbot, who are also on that line, showing up to the scene here. They're going to be one of the few teams that have to jump into a box fight as well. So don't be surprised if all of these teams reinitiate as the shots are breaking out. The attention is starting to build here. 11 seconds, 10 seconds, 120 below. Clix, Higgs, Yamzo. Clock is ticking, son. You got to make a move here. In they go. It's all or nothing. The bats are out. Clix hits one. He's knocked. Down Veer. Yamzo's in the box, but no. Dash has a better angle. It's all up to Higgs now.
Tournament on the line for them. Shot still breaking through, but he's able to get the elimination. No Siphon. Wasn't his down. Splashes onto Clix. He's trying to save the day. Get them back into the game. But Dash, he heard a lot of the noise. He knows some knocks are there. On the other side, one wall is separated, but Higgs is going to hold on to that one. Gets the revive, finishes it. But Clix just gets trapped on the other side, but he gets the elimination. That was absolutely big for Yamzo to get the Siphon there, but Clix goes down, and they heard it. The Hunted are now on the prowl.
Look at them looking around. They're thinking about it. They said, wait, there was a fight breaking on in here. I see the boxes, but I don't see the team just yet. They're going to cap off on heals here. Someone's knocked, someone's down. It has to be the players we are likely looking for. And you know what they're trying to do? They're trying to find the right skins. They're 22 below now. They end up swinging around. They end up going more passively instead of aggressive here. And this is unlike Peterbot, Ritual, and Cold. Wow. They might be feeling the pressure of the major being on the line here.
We haven't seen this in this situation out of them since the group stages where they went down to Storm Surge and zone overall. Now the shots are coming out from behind. That's Higgs. That's Yamzo. They're ready to take it by force right now because the fight. Peterbot has to backtrack. He needs the surge. He needs it here, and this is the nearest team to them. Ritual turning around, trying to backtrack, but down goes Peterbot. That is their elimination. That is their Storm Surge, and that is their chance to win it all. But Cold, he has something to say about it. On the other side, he hit a massive shot onto Yamzo to backtrack him because of the fall of Peterbot, though. Look at the heals. Look at the loot that Higgs now has in his inventory.
Oh my gosh,
the Siphon just kicked in, so it ends up keeping him alive for a little bit longer. Cold's falling to the surge here.
Takes him down. Cold. Oh my God.
Is starting to be dismantled. Ritual tries, but he is sent back to the lobby. It's not over yet, though. Higgs and Iamzo still have to earn some points. 3 eliminations separate them. They've already earned 6. There's a team on their heels. There's a player on the outskirts. There's Knockbody everywhere, Jacob.
Or alive. If they're able to win this game, or get top 10 or something, they can do it.
No, they were just 11 points away from the FNCS champion. First and second place are down, Monster. I don't think we could have witnessed anything greater than this.
It was extremely close. In the end, everyone took damage. They had to fight it out. They missed the elimination credits because you need to do damage in order to get rewarded. And I think there might have been some points left on the table, but only time will tell. Only the standings will tell.
I didn't actually catch when they went down, because now I see placement points are starting to kick in. If they got 17th, 16th, 15th place somehow, that could be the miracle to really change the course of this game. But now we are on a different course. It's no longer about that first place spot. It's about global championship battle bus spot secured. And right now, it might be early 7th zone, but Bugha, Rapid, and Threats are willing to take it under their own hands and go for high ground early.
Only 37 players remaining. Bugha puts it all on the line, goes for height here. He's going to need a Victory Royale in order to jump his way up into a global championship spot with his team. Curve, Shadow, and Tyler have to do the same. There's still teams in the running here for the global championship. Braids and Minish are alive. Kanata Bolts down to the low ground. This is a tournament we have on our hands.
I just remembered right now, 3rd place also down and out of the game. That's Reed, Cooper, and Curly. There's only one team alive in terms of inside of the qualification bubble. That's Visuals, Braids, and Minish. They're just trying to hold on to that spot secured because you got Rapid, Bugha, Threats. You got Agers, Acorn, and Pollo. That spot will roll down. You got Curve, Shadow, and Tyler still in the hunt, starting this game at 8th place. And we saw Muzz, Yapko, and Rise above them on the leaderboard already get eliminated out of this lobby.
That is true. 3rd place, Reed, Cooper, and Curly, remember, fell at 682. This means that any of the teams in the top 10 can pick up a monstrous Victory Royale and propel yourself to a 3rd or 4th place seat. Given how close the standings are right now, there are still global championship spots on the line. Visuals and Minish and Braids are watching it all play out. From their perspective, every ounce counts. We may not get another surge warning, but we are still going to get a race to the finish here.
You know, when I said to start this game off, it's going to be kind of a speed run through the lobby. Everybody's getting eliminations. There are 35 players alive in the 8th zone. Only 12 teams remaining. And a lot of those teams are in the hunt for the spot. Some just trying to hold on to it. And that's what makes that elimination from Visuals that much more important. It wasn't the damage for Surge because he had just a sliver of HP, but it's the points for the leaderboard. It's Agers and Acorn, no Pollo in sight. And they're already looking at the high ground right now, seeing where it pulls. They are at the edge of the zone, but it is pulling in their favor as well.
Agers eyeing it up. Acorn looking up to the top. Aviv is there set up. They're going to go for the chop down, looking to break this metal structure here. Curve, Tyler, catch wind of what's going on. They seem to jump into the action here. And they're thinking about capitalizing here as well. Sphinx, Bolts, and Kanata see that there's something kind of taking form up top here too. Acorn goes for it. Here they come. Skittles couldn't quite hit the edit. They're out of material, out of gas. Sent back to low ground. Agers, Acorn, Pollo now have control of high ground here. Just a single elimination, but high ground is theirs. Plenty of material to work with here. They get to the front side of zone now. And this is perfectly executed here for our Major 1 champions.
Down below, though, even without Threats, Rapid, Bugha, 499 damage above the threshold. Quickly moving to the front side of the zone, taking space. You're seeing expending a lot of materials with 3 more zones to bounce in and out of. And this is where they might need an elimination here. You see Rapid looking through the builds, trying to find Bugha as well, trying to assess the situation, figure out where everybody's positioned at. And they see a team open up the doors, and Rapid takes that first shot. Not a big one, but now they know they can put down the pressure, knowing that team has to come to them or around into zone, sacrificing HP.
Trading shot for shot here, blow for blow. Almost pieces him up there. Rapid looking for the catch, but couldn't quite find it. Meanwhile, Bugha kind of trying to figure this one out. Bugha's getting tagged here. Stuck on the mid-ground. Braids, Visuals, and Diminish still have their footing under them. Still have Nats. Gold Splash is coming out. Frontside rotate from them. But it's Oyo, Aegis, and Acorn who still have the high ground, who are looking down right now with full control of the lobby, trying to get the last minute rotate here so they don't burn material count, waiting for the zone to force them off the height. Down they come. Visual, Braids, and Diminish looking up. They see what's going on here. They chop out high ground. Could they be going for a photo finish to the Globals?
And down goes Bugha. He actually gets eliminated on the low ground. Visuals gets paid back by Poyo. Might be the only player left alive on that team. Everybody down below scrambling to try to make something happen, but they're safe as can be. Poyo's trying to break in. He was the one that got the knock, but the double revive is too quick for him to get the elimination. Now they approach onto Vert and take him on that position to go overtake the front side of the zone. An absolute necessity, but Rapid is trying to keep their hopes and dreams alive. They're so close to the global spot, they can taste it.
Top 7 now. Rapid has to stay in the game in order to send his team to Globals, but he's going to need Elims as well. He falls to the hands of Kanata, who has been cooking up here on day 2, but Diminished and Visuals get a chance to break away as well. They're playing Mesmis in the Storm. They're just waiting this one out here. They're fully capped off. Can they get a little bit more points here? G-Monster on the other side of the wall. Team breaks out, and Visuals opens up, finds one. Can he get the second? He finds Osid as well. Waiting for the Siphon now to kind of kick in here. His teammates down. There it is. He is fully healthy. He's got the mats to work with. Top 3 now here, Jacob.
Now he's ready to play the Thorn in the side. The extra placement points are just the cherry on top, because I think he's done enough to secure his spot, but he goes down just at the last second. Zone, nobody gets the points for eliminations, and a good old 3v3. Acorn, Aegis, and Poyo versus Kanata, Sphinx, and Bolts down below. Former teammates through different aspects as Poyo lands the first shot down below. Flank on the Sphinx. He gets a good shot yet again, but no knocks. Poyo cannot get the Siphon. Turns the corner and goes down. It's not going to be enough. Kanata holds on. Him, Sphinx, and Bolts win the final game of the day. Hoping, praying with fingers crossed that it was enough to qualify for the Global Championship.
That is the real question, because 11 eliminations in a Victory Royale is a monstrous triple-digit game. Surely that can at least look to raise the eyebrows, but you still had Rapid Bugha threats. You still had Aegis, Acorn, and Poyo potentially there, you know, just to push teams out, really shake things up for everyone here. Game 12, absolutely insane at one point there. I mean, I started to go lightheaded with the clash between the Titans. Kanata, Sphinx, Bolts, congratulations on a Game 12 Victory Royale. Jacob, it's been an honor calling the NA Central Finals. What a tournament that was.
If you would have told me today when we woke up that we would have a tournament where first and second place are hunting each other down to win the Major 2 FNCS and qualify for the Global Championship, Monster, I would have called you crazy.
It was the whole day too. It wasn't just like, you know, one little moment. It was the entire tournament. Well, we hope you were entertained. For myself and of course Jacob, we're done here. You're gonna send on over to Zeke to give us the final results.
Jacob PR, Monster Base, thank you so much for 2 fantastic games. And we can now call your winners from the Major 2 finals. It is Peterbot, it is Cold, it is Ritual. By a difference of 11 points, Peterbot reclaims his title, reclaims the first place win he narrowly missed out on in Major number 1. Guys, I cannot believe the game we just witnessed. Every single time it happened twice. First, we got the initial moment where Clix is pushing into Crime City. We're all thinking, oh my gosh, is it gonna happen? They kind of, both sides posture, then they back out, and then suddenly Peterbot's running in them, and they kind of box up, and then they kind of separate each other again, and now suddenly both squads are below on Surge, and then it is just all basically downhill from there, kind of creating this moment where we don't know which way is it going to go. How are they going to solve these problems? But at the end of the day, after 2 days of unbelievable play, Ritual, Cold, and Peterbot will hold the blade of champions high.
I feel like Levin and even Quanti, when I interviewed him, put it best that the best thing for Peterbot's trio to win Major 2 was losing Major 1. Peterbot has had such an incredible run from the start of this season, whether that was Season 1, Season 2, all the Div Cups they won, all the records they broke, but getting that second place was what Peterbot needed to lock in and prove to himself and to prove to everyone else that I am still the best player, not just in NA, but the best player in the world. And Cold and Ritual stepped up this weekend. They proved that when Peterbot does go down, that they are there to have his back. They are there to make sure that they reclaim their former glory, and they are your Major 2 champions.
Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual. The question was poised, back to back or back to Pete, and looky here, right back in the hands of Peterbot. The trophy did not leave for long, but the fact that it did, like Kelly mentioned, a little bit of motivation there for the trio to go ahead and say, listen, we got to go ahead and take this one back. We got to go ahead and get an FNCS win. Peterbot now 5-time FNCS champion. Amazing feat for him. He's had such an incredible time just rising up the ranks, proving that he is currently the best player in the world. Cold with one heck of a performance, maybe one that was even more valuable than Peterbot's in some circumstances for sure. And then Ritual, I mean, the improvement out of him from Major 1 was without a doubt noticeable here in Major number 2 and definitely made the difference. But man, was it close.
Man, was it close. Okay, obviously, I am thankful that we just got, an amazing show, right? This could have just been the Peterbot show. He could have been 500 points ahead of everybody else. We could okay, Peterbot, you're good, awesome. But it was so close all the way up into game number 12. Obviously, my heart breaks for Clix coming so close. And, we kind of pulled up his stream there for just a moment. And, what's difficult is in the moment when he goes down, Iamzo comes flying around the corner, and rather than splashing his body, he kind of pops the half pot. Obviously, we as viewers, to us, it's clear, right? Just splash the body, make sure everything's cool. But in those chaotic moments, we're not those players, right? We're not them in those heated moments. Was that the right call? Who knows? Who knows if they actually splash Clix, get him up? Would they have made it? We really don't know. But at the end of the day, this was the outcome. I'm happy that Clix broke the 4th place streak, got a 3rd place Major 1, got a 2nd place Major 2. So now we go on to win Major 3.
I mean, after
That's
what we saw this weekend, Vivid, I think that Clix's trio could easily win Major 3. They have proven time and time again that they are easily the top competitors against Peterbot's trio, and it came down to those final moments. So although I know 11 points difference between first and second, that's gotta hurt, they should be so proud of themselves for what they did against the likes of the Big 7 in NAC.
Yeah, and we gotta think about how pretty much the difference here, game 6, the end of day number 1, where Peterbot was able to kind of pick apart the strategy. They were a little bit too lackadaisical, maybe over at the POI, sitting on top of the ramp, allowed that kind of a push to happen, right? That was kind of their only bad game when we compare them, Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual. Obviously, game 12 right here, probably a bad game for both the trios, but they kind of went down side by side, 20th place, 19th place. I can't believe that's how game 12 ended. I can't believe that's how Major 2 ended towards the top of the leaderboard. Fortnite fam, are we happy with that ending? I don't know. You guys let me know.
Well, I am happy because guess what? We actually have an interview with none other than Ritual, who just went ahead, claimed himself the Blade of Champions, looking crispy. Ritual, I would expect you to be going crazy, but you're just calm, cool, and collected, ice in the veins. So how's it feel, man? How's it feel knowing you just gone on to win Major 2?
Yeah, It actually feels really good, especially coming on like after the last major. You know, I didn't play too good, and we were supposed to win that one, so I had to bounce back for this one, and I'm glad I could lock in and, you know, get the win. It feels awesome.
I love that you say you were supposed to win Major 1, and honestly, I think a lot of people could agree, but luckily we see you guys claiming back that spot, winning Major 2, but I love that you say that for you personally, you wanted to lock in between Majors 1 and 2, so tell me a little bit about what that means for you. What was locking in, what was practicing like for you to make sure that you won Major 2?
Yeah, so, you know, after Major 1, I didn't really like how I performed. I wasn't really listening to what, you know, other people were telling me. Know their opinions. I just knew personally that I didn't like how I played, so I took some time off to like get my head in the right space, and then I just kept grinding because that's how you get better. You know, you push through it, you push through the pain, and it paid off for me. I played good this Grands. I like it.
Yeah, you definitely played well. I mean, I was talking up your clutches early today. First and foremost, Ritual, congratulations on an FNCS win. That's awesome stuff. Obviously, the defining moment there was game number 12, and you guys were kind of going head-to-head with Clix, Yamzo, and Higgs throughout that entirety of the game, right over towards Crime City on the rotates over there. Talk us through what the comms were like, what was going through your head. Like, did you guys know it was their trio? You guys went down to them, or you're like, oh my gosh, it's over? Tell us about, you know, what kind of happened in the comms there.
Yeah, so we were still in Crime City when they chug splashed and tried to fight Peter, and we kind of assumed it was them because, you know, the other 11 games nobody tried to fight us at all, and then they ended up running away from us, and we were like, I mean, we could just end this tournament here if we fought back and we, you know, eliminated them. So that's what we did, and then we ended up rotating to zone, and as we were in Seaport looking for a Storm Surge, we heard them fighting in the vault. So we kind of lurked on them and played our whites. I had a Med Mist and I think called it like a Chug Jug. And we waited for them and we saw Clix get knocked. And so we calmed that like, if we take them out with us right here, like they can't pass us. So that was our whole goal, like just waiting. Oh no.
That is awesome, man. I just want to ask, you're still here with us just to make sure. I don't know if you can you still hear me? We might.
I think Ritual wants to party. He's ready to celebrate his win.
That's okay. That's okay. Ritual, just thank you for your time, brother. Really, truly, like anybody coming on to do interviews is just unbelievable. It's so helpful, and the community absolutely loves it. So just thank you. Congratulations once again, Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual, your champions for Major 2. I was just gonna end there and ask, you know, how does it feel to know that after, you know, what he went through after Major 1, it's so clear that he kind of carried that so heavily. You know, he carried that on himself.
Yeah.
And for him to come back so strong in Major number 2. And I mean, there was so many moments where he himself had to clutch as a solo. Like, I'm just so proud of him as a player. You know, so many, like, bro, I'll be real. If that was me in that situation and I took that burden on and said, this is all my fault, like, I don't know that I could come back as strong as he did. And he did. Just an amazing performance from the trio. Why don't we take a look, though, because we still have to remind ourselves, this trio's already qualified. They're already going to the Global Championships. They won Major 2.
All right.
But we still have 3 spots. I know. We still have 3 spots going to the Global Championships. 2nd through 4th place is where you're looking at. Of course, Clix, Higgs, and Yamzo. We knew they were going through, right? Fighting to the very bitter end. And we will be seeing them at the Global Championship. But look at this, Kelly. Reed, Coop, and Curly. We're going to be seeing them at Globals.
Let's go! King Reed is back, Cooper is back, and Curly is back. I love that these 3 proved themselves time and time again. Whether that was controlling the low ground, going for high ground, every part of their play was just so impressive to me. A lot of people didn't even have them in their top 5 lists. So I love that we got Coop, Curly, and Reed to prove to everyone that they deserve their spot in the Global Championships.
Did they have to stress us out, though? I mean, they didn't have a bad game at all, right? And then we get to game 10, they go down early. Game 12, they go down early again. But that's just how well they played throughout every single one of the other games. They created such a nice, comfy, cozy blanket for themselves all the way up there in 3rd place. So much so that even with those 2 bad games towards the end of the day, they still ended up in 3rd place. Love to see it out of, Cooper. Obviously, storyline there, amazing. Curly joining up with this trio, even forming in the first place. Reek kind of going through it with peripherals, like, oh man, this controller stuff, it stinks. I don't want to do it anymore. I'm going to keyboard and mouse. No, never mind. Keyboard and mouse stinks. I'm going back to controller, back on the controller, instantly qualifying to the globals. Love to see that. Shout out to Reek, Cooper, and Curly. Congratulations, guys.
Can't forget Visual, Braids, and Aminish as well. And what I think is, in some ways, poetic. We get bookended, right? Between Peterbot and Poyo. Your three trios moving on to the Global Championships, having to look on either side and think, yeah, we're going to have to go against you at Globals if we want to secure a Global Championship title. But for Visual, Braids, and Aminish, I am just excited to see these guys perform. They have just been so impressive all weekend long, all season long, right? And I'm starting to just kind of think through, like, what do we have to improve? I mean, guys, they only had a single game outside of the top 10. They have consistency on lock. I think if I just have to be really nitpicky and hypercritical, I feel like we're lacking on elims, right?
Yeah,
that's kind of the one little thing we just want to make sure we're picking up. But at the end of the day, they're still going to land.
Oh, and speaking about going to LAN, here we have our qualified spots. So many trios already making their way through Majors 1 and 2, which just leaves one more Major 3, to find out the remaining trios that are going to be going to the Global Championships in France. Vivid. There is so many incredible names already here, and we still have more to go in just a few months.
Oh, yeah. I mean, crazy stuff how all of this kind of panned out. Yeah, congratulations to all of our teams that have kind of qualified global so far this major. We still got one more region to kind of make sure we go ahead and close that one up with NA West, which will happen on just a little bit. But I mean, wow, I was, on socials talking amongst everybody here, and the entire time, everybody just kept saying this is like one of the most entertaining finals ever. And I gotta say, I agree. 12 games full of action, high ground, low ground, popping off first and second place, photo finish to the very end. Shout out to everybody for participating, competing. This is awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, we cannot do this without